Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Gary Crawford. I'm the chair of the committee. Clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, and I have done that visually. We are just resuming the meeting. This is the second day of our budget review meeting. Today, the committee is going to be hearing two presentations, along with questions after that from the Toronto Police Services, along with Toronto Transit Commission, and along with the Toronto Police Services Board, Toronto Police Services Parking Unit Enforcement. Today's meeting does have to end by 4 p.m. I'm hoping that we can get done before that, but we'll just have to wait and see how things go. Just wanted to mention, Councillor Fletcher had brought up a point of order yesterday with regard to a number of councillors who were unable to make the meeting today due to the fact that there's the AGM of the Toronto Region Conservation Authority. I have spoken with clerks, spoken with staff. It was an unfortunate when we're looking at the timing of meetings. It was very challenging to be able to schedule TRCA and this budget meeting separately. So again, as best as they tried, they weren't able to do that. We looked at alternative dates, and again, that was almost impossible to do. I've reached out, I will be reaching out to the police and the TTC that will make themselves available for, I think there's 4 councillors who have indicated to me, the budget committee, that they were unable to be here today. So if there are any questions from those particular councillors, they will be reaching out to the police and TTC to try to get their questions answered before next week. So I just wanted to acknowledge that point of order that Councillor Fletcher had mentioned. It was just, timing-wise, it was next to impossible to have them there. I believe 1 or 2 of the councillors may call in today from the TRCA to do that, but we attempted to try to figure things out, but that's unfortunate with the scheduling. That's the best option we have on trying to resolve their issues or her issues. So at this time, I'd just like to invite the Toronto Police Services. Oh, sorry, Councillor Perks, sorry.
Time permitting, in reviewing the capital and operating budget, we've been going division by division, but I have a couple of questions that are not division related, but are overall in terms of the financial proposals that are in front of us. Would we have time for those at the end, if we're done with the police and TTC by 2?
It sounds reasonable to me, okay. Councillor, so yeah, I mean, that'll be fine.
Yep.
Okay, we'll pass it over to Toronto Police. It'd be great if there's some new faces, so if you want to introduce yourselves to us and we'll introduce ourselves to you, it'd be great.
Good morning, Councillor Crawford, Chair, and committee members, visiting councillors, staff, and the public. My name is Ryan Teschner, and I am the Executive Director and Chief of Staff for the Toronto Police Services Board. We thank you today for the opportunity to present to you the 2023 budget requests of the Toronto Police Service, the Toronto Police Services Parking Enforcement Unit, and the Toronto Police Services Board. These budgets were considered and unanimously approved by the Toronto Police Services Board at its special public meeting on January the 9th. With me today are Chief of Police Myron Demkew, Acting Chief Administrative Officer Savina Dhaliwal, Staff Superintendent and Head of Strategy Management Rob Johnson, Cindy Grant from the Services Finance Area, and other members of the Toronto Police Service team. The budgets being presented today have been developed in a continuing and dynamic period where the board and service have maintained and evidenced sustained commitments to policing reform and modernization work, alongside delivering public safety services in a growing and complex city, mindful of the importance of fiscal responsibility. Each major component of the proposed budgets before you reflect the board's and services priorities. Priorities in ongoing reform and modernization as a way of doing business. A commitment to engaging and listening to diverse communities and partners so we can be responsive to their needs. A need to improve core service delivery for the city in areas where we are not currently delivering at an adequate level, and doing things differently, progressively, and creatively. Before you hear the details, it's important to understand the legal context in which police budgets specifically are designed and considered. A Police Services Board is the statutory body for the police service. It has a legal obligation to ensure that policing needs in the city are met, that adequate and effective policing is delivered by the Toronto Police Service to those who live, work, and visit Toronto. And what adequate and effective means is truly the compass for how police budgets should be assessed by decision makers. Under the Police Services Act, a police service must deliver a level of service commensurate with the city's needs in at least the following 5 areas: emergency response, law enforcement, crime prevention, assistance to victims of crime, and public order maintenance. These 5 areas of police service delivery are mandated by law. They are not optional, and the level of service delivery must be adequate to the demands of a growing city. The budget must also enable the service to deliver on the additional priorities and objectives that have been articulated by the board, such as this board's directions concerning police reform, the commitment to race-based data collection, analysis, and change, the implementation of recommendations arising from key reports, including Missing and Missed, and the Auditor General's recent reports, as well as other priorities identified in the board's business plans. Any policing budget which does not permit a police service to provide the 5 core services or meet the board's priorities and objectives would not be adequate and not live up to the legal standard that must be met. And so, in approving the budgets before you, the board has determined that the Chiefs and Services 2023 resource request is what is necessary to deliver adequate and effective policing in the City of Toronto. And as you will hear, there is real data and objective analysis that assisted the board in reaching this conclusion. You will hear in particular about how the service's emergency response metrics, both in terms of how quickly 911 calls are answered and then how quickly police officers can get to a public safety emergency, are not where they should be. You will hear that data shows that the downtown areas of this city require more focused attention. You will hear about the necessity for more police officers to implement legal requirements for major case management, a vital tool to identifying offending and preventing further victimization. In approving these budgets, the Toronto Police Services Board has indicated that the current service delivery level in these areas is not adequate, and that some modest investment, one below the rate of inflation, is required to begin to bring those services up to the level they should be. Having followed or been involved in policing budget debates for many years now, I understand that some may suggest that this is only a discussion about police as enforcement or only a discussion about root causes. Let me say that I have dedicated a considerable amount of my life to working on root causes, and in fact, so has the Toronto Police Service and the board, as key partners in the realization of SAFE-TO, the city's 10-year community safety and well-being plan. And let me also suggest that by now, after so long, we should be past the point of these either-or approaches. Our city has and continues to invest in a concept of community safety that appropriately engages all of those in the community safety sphere that have a role to play. But we should not lose sight in today's discussion of the real standard that this budget, as a matter of law, must meet. As one of the community safety providers and first responders, in areas where the service is unable to deliver on its core mandate at the level the people in this city require to be safer, an investment is required. And it is not just the board or the chief and service who are saying this. The data says this. And those who have conducted their own analysis, including Judge Epstein in Missing and Missed, and the city's Auditor General in her reports, have said this too. I commend the service for the hard work, innovation, and diligence in arriving at budgets that are not only fiscally responsible and mindful of the complex challenges we are currently facing, but budgets that will result in the effective, efficient, fair, and compassionate delivery of police services, meeting the significant expectations and multifaceted needs of the public. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Chief Myron Demkew, who will lead off on the service's presentation and discussion of its requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teschner. As has been indicated, I'm Myron Demke, Chief of the Toronto Police Service. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity, and good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to lead off the service's presentation of our board-approved 2023 budgets. I intend to provide some brief comments to set the stage for what you will hear from others to deal with some important aspects of these budgets in this brief presentation. This year's budget request represents the beginning of what is a multi-year plan to begin to create capacity, make much-needed investments in technology, and to adjust to the challenges faced in policing a rapidly growing city with complex public safety issues in an environment of increasing demands for service. This service remains one of the leanest policing organizations on this continent when compared with other large urban police services. In 2021, for every officer in Toronto, there were 598 residents. You will see that the ratio from other cities in our material, you will see ratios from other cities in our material, but let me mention a few as compared to our one police officer to 598 residents. Montreal has 1 to 490 residents. London, England has 1 to 266 residents. And Chicago has 1 police officer to 203 residents. This budget request is fiscally responsible and reflects the 3 priorities I detailed in my change of command address. Priority number 1, improving trust in and within the service. Number 2, accelerating policing reform and further professionalizing the service. And number 3, supporting safer communities. Our primary focus this year and in years to come is and will be on core service delivery and the prevention of any further degradation in service. Indeed, we plan to demonstrate improvements in critical aspects of our core service delivery this year. We embrace the notion that we are not the only organization in this city that plays a critical role in ensuring public safety. We've repeatedly demonstrated through our partnerships with the city and other agencies that we are committed to improving outcomes for those in need and to try to ease the burden on the service so we can attend to other priorities. However, we have, as you've heard, a legal and moral obligation to deliver adequate and effective police services. I believe that we perform well. However, I also believe we can and must do better. This belief was affirmed and reinforced by the city's Auditor General, where after an exhaustive and independent review of our 911 operations and our handling of priority calls, she, for only the second time in her career as the Auditor General, recommended a staffing increase at the 911 call center. However, she did more than that. She recommended that the lift and shift approach urged by some in respect of funding be rejected, and that a whole-of-government approach be adopted. One where an assessment is made of the needs of every agency or service independently, and that they all be funded adequately. She also urged that alternate responses be developed, tested, and rolled out if the evaluations of them prove positive. I note here that we are fully engaged with the city manager and various city agencies to ensure this is done. But this was not new. The service has already invested significant resources to these types of issues through our MCIT program and the Gerstein Crisis Call Diversion Pilot. We have demonstrated a commitment to not just alternate service delivery, but to having better outcomes for people when they need services. One specific comment made by the Auditor General bears repeating, and I quote, "Until the alternate responses are effective and available when needed, PRU officers may still be required to attend these calls for service. In addition, We have identified concerns relating to increasing response times and 911 call answering delays. Time that is saved for PRU officers and communications operators can help to address this and other TPS strategic priorities." Close quote. My role and goal is not to grow our service for the sake of growing. In fact, over the last 10 years, there have been various modernization and other efforts to reduce or right-size. From shift schedule changes to civilianizing roles previously engaged in by police to leveraging technology, we have sought to make sure that we ask the city to invest in what is needed. But when core service delivery metrics, like how quickly a police officer gets to your door when it's an emergency, or how long you wait to speak to a call taker when you call 911, when those metrics tell us that we can't adequately meet the demand in a growing city, we have a responsibility to ask for the investment we need to do that. We do not do this lightly, and we do it in a context where our commitment to delivering as effectively and efficiently as possible is now how we do business. We are a world-class city, attracting new residences, businesses, community organizations, and tourists every day. And this police service has an obligation to meet the demands a safe city requires. We know that response times are a very real concern, not just from the Auditor General's report, but from our community consultations conducted in our budget process. To be clear, the focus on improving Toronto Police response times is in regards to various types of calls, including those calls where there is the greatest concern for community safety, shootings, assaults in progress, and robberies in progress, to name but a few. Let me give you an idea of the reason we clearly must focus our efforts on improving our priority response times. In 2022, we attended 48,105 Priority 1 calls. We define Priority 1 calls as events which we categorize in our vernacular as hotshots. And this is indicative that there's a danger to life in the elements of the call as being given to the call takers. All hotshots are to be dispatched immediately, and the dispatcher may assign units from anywhere in the city. Of the 48,105 Priority 1 events we attended in 2022, there were no units available anywhere in Toronto to attend, at least initially, for 49% of these calls, which amounts to 23,481 priority response calls. We checked for the impact that had on response times, and we found that for the remaining 51% of all Priority 1 events where a unit was available, our average response time was 12.6 minutes, more than twice our current target of 6 minutes. However, for those almost half of Priority 1 calls where there was no unit available, our average response time was 30.4 minutes. This requires our urgent attention through the addition of more officers to respond even to current levels of demand for situations that pose a danger to life. This budget gives us the opportunity to start really addressing the issues the Auditor General has shone a light on, that the people of our communities have identified as important to them, and that are clearly illustrated in our statistics. It will also hopefully alleviate some of the strain of our officers by providing assistance in carrying the workload associated with all our duties. And with that, I'd now like to ask our CAO, Svina Dhaliwal, to continue the Toronto Police presentation.
Good morning, Chair, committee members, visiting councillors, and other members that are present today. We will be presenting a budget, as the chief mentioned, that represents a multi-year plan to achieve the right balance of investment in people, building technological capability and capacity, and making changes internally, including changes on how we deliver services in order to most effectively address complex community needs and increasing demand in a growing city. This budget is guided and informed by the service's goals and many reports and directions, such as the Auditor General's findings on 911 and priority response calls for service, as well as the board's 81 directions on police reform. As the executive director mentioned, its foundation, however, is built on the adequacy standards of the Police Services Act, which mandate and necessitate the specific activities and services that must be carried out by police. In terms of the services we provide and the outcome statements, the differences we make with the services we deliver, this slide outlines the 6 services that the Toronto Police delivers. The first one being, we are the 911 public safety answering point for all emergency services in Toronto, police, ambulance, and fire. As part of that response, it's important to note that people in Toronto in need of emergency services receive a timely response so that residents, businesses, visitors feel their needs in an emergency are addressed effectively. Investigations and victim support represent investigations that are conducted by highly qualified investigators, and victims are provided with immediate support to ensure incidents of criminality and victimization are addressed and reduced. Crime prevention, our crime prevention services involve the delivery of initiatives and activities that reduce crime, strengthen community relationships, and increase resiliency and capacity to support safer communities together. Events and protests represent the orderly management of complex, planned, and unplanned situations and elevated threats in a manner that represent coordinated, specialized, and a robust response so the people in Toronto can enjoy a safe city. Traffic management, simply put, is how we keep the city moving 24/7. And the Toronto Police is also provincially mandated to provide security, prisoner management, and prisoner transportation for the courthouses throughout Toronto. Ultimately, as the executive director mentioned, we are required to provide all of these services. Next slide. So the slide outlines here some of the highlights of those services and some of the successes and workload that we are handling today. So our communication services is the busiest PSAP, public safety answering point in Canada, and fields both emergency and non-emergency calls for service. We receive over 5,000 calls per day, or just over 1.8 million a year. The percentage of emergency calls is increasing, with 65% of these calls currently requiring an emergency response. The Auditor General did, as the Chief mentioned, spend some time looking at both our 911 call answer time as well as our priority response, and emphasized the need for maintaining adequate staffing levels so that service levels do not further degrade, especially in terms of emergency response and calls for service, which has seen an increase from 13 minutes on average to 21 minutes in the last 12 years. There has also been a number of investigative successes, specifically in 2022. The service had record-setting drug busts, solved 2 cold case murders dating back to the 80s using genetic genealogy, taken 62 firearms before they reached Toronto streets, and overall has an approximately 80% case closure rate on homicide cases. The service also has a number of programs supporting crime prevention. In 2022, 552 referrals were made to our gang exit program that partners with organizations to offer alternative pathways and life skills to those at risk. Crime prevention awareness campaigns are also another way of working with communities to build resiliency and capacity for prevention and safer communities overall, and one such initiative was in relation to car thefts, which has seen a sharp rise this year. Engaging with communities is an important part of crime prevention and the work we do, and we do this through a number of community consultative committees, community police liaison committees, and advisory panels to co-design, co-develop, and co-deliver public safety outcomes that are important to our communities. FOCUS, it's an acronym for Furthering Our Communities by Uniting Services, is an important component, as well as an important component to our Safe TO program and our participation and leadership in that. We have partnered with 156 agencies spanning across different sectors, and we meet at 6 tables to coordinate the services and supports to those that are experiencing high levels of risk or crisis for trauma. Neighborhood community officers is also central to our crime prevention activities, and our communities continue to ask for more NCOs. This budget does allow for 16 new officers and up to 4 new neighborhoods, but we first need to expand their priority response and address potential service degradation there first. Last year, the city had over 2,300 events that required police response. These events sometimes bring in over 1 million people in the city. So things like Pride Parade, Caravana, when the Leafs are playing, Jurassic Park, the Santa Claus Parade. All of that requires a public safety lens and resources. There are also, from a traffic standpoint, 73,000 collisions and 25,000 traffic-related calls for service annually. We support the city's Vision Zero initiatives by deploying a team that is nationally recognized and focuses on aggressive driving, distracted driving, impaired and speeding. We also, that part of the contribution to crime prevention as well as to traffic safety, we have our own resident celebrity, a TSV officer that has amassed over 600,000 followers on TikTok. And so many of these successes highlighted have demonstrated the level of depth, training, and capability of the services membership. However, being able to address all of these competing priorities with the limited resource capacity we have has come at some cost of member wellness and overall lack of operational flexibility. That certainly heightens the overall community safety risk and the degradation of core service delivery, such as 911 response times and attending calls for service. Therefore, it's essential we focus on key investment areas in order to create sustainable core service delivery capacity. The service, however, has understood, especially in recent years, that we must continue to challenge ourselves to deliver public safety efficiently and effectively, leveraging new approaches, technology, and other practices to do as much as possible within the funding provided, and also to consider the most appropriate resources to support the community. While we have made changes and we have built some transformative capacity, and we have done this while still investing in key priorities such as the Neighborhood Community Officer Program, our environment continues to be influenced by evolving demands for policing services and increased workload. The City of Toronto is growing at an exceptional pace, representing more residents that need to be served and increased demands for all municipal services, including policing. The service also uses major crime indicators to measure, in part, how safe the city is. And what you will see is that all major crimes increased from 2015 to 2019, with the most notable increase seen in auto theft. In 2022 in particular, all crimes have increased with the exception of homicide when compared to the same time last year. The increase in these crime rates over the last few years has driven workload demands through increased calls for service and investigative efforts. And ultimately, the service only has so much give, and the impact of previous budgets, the city's growth, and aggressive transformation and reform commitment is that we have lost operational flexibility, limiting how nimble and responsive we can be to emerging and unplanned priorities. Compounding this is also the impact on our people. Member wellness is of concern and is a strategic focus, and it has to be if we want to attract and retain a workforce that is healthy enough to serve the community effectively. As a result of the growth and the changes that we have been making and years of cost containment measures, is that we are now, as the chief pointed out, one of the leanest services in North America. We are down 600 officers since 2010, during a time over the same period when the city has grown in size by over 400,000 residents. It's the equivalent of adding a city like London, Ontario, to our current population base, which by itself needs 900 staff to support it. The contrast is also more obvious when comparing to other major cities. And this comparison is important because what makes Toronto a world-class city is the fact that it is a tourist hotspot with festivals, parades, sporting events. It is home to many newcomers and people locally and from around the world. It's an economic engine for Canada, and so the city daily balloons to almost double its size, all needing to be served from a public safety standpoint. And so considering cities with similar dynamics, as the chief had mentioned, a Toronto officer serves approximately 600 residents in 2021. It's in fact a little higher even now in 2022. And comparing even to our closest Canadian cities, that is 100 or more residents served per resident. And so there is perhaps no greater priority in policing than improving response times and 911 call answer times to ensure people in Toronto in need of emergency services receive a timely and appropriate police response. This budget includes the hiring of officers that will see an overall increase in strength by 200 by the end of next year. That is net of separations. The majority of these officers will be deployed to the priority response areas. The service will also be adding 20 additional communication operators to address 911 call answering times, and the addition of 90 general special constables to support the front line, allowing for civilianized roles to perform duties that do not require an officer. It's important to also note that this budget still maintains existing priorities as well, such as road safety, traffic enforcement, and investigating hate crimes. Over and above the hiring that we have, we will continue to use all available options available to us to improve response times. That includes evidence-based deployment, shift schedules, and continuing call diversion efforts. And the service has diverted calls where possible. And we have piloted and expanded alternative resources, such as our mobile crisis intervention team. We have transferred non-core services, such as crossing guards, lifeguards, and other security aspects. We've expanded online reporting, and where possible, we do civilianize on a regular basis internally. The service will continue its crisis call diversion pilot with the Gerstein Crisis Center well into 2023, as well as support the city's community crisis pilot and efforts to implement Safe TO. The service will also continue to explore other ways to create capacity, improve processes, with a goal to continue to provide affordable and value-add public safety services. We're also committed to addressing the board-approved findings and recommendations from key reports and independent reviews that have identified areas that are in need of improvement. The service continues its modernization efforts with respect to technology and data enablement to ensure that it places the right resources in the right places at the right time to deliver efficient, responsible, and accountable policing. Change through programs such as the Digital Officer Program, body-worn cameras, exploring a new records management system will be a multi-year effort. But they have placed the service at the forefront of embracing technology and analytics to drive more effective and strategic use of resources, improve decision-making, created investigative efficiencies, supported crime prevention, and ultimately have allowed the service to achieve greater automation and digitization to increase some efficiencies. Community trust remains a key strategic imperative, and this budget reflects continuing the Neighborhood Community Officer Program, continuing the service-wide strategy to address gun and gang violence, and active participation and leadership in Safe TO. Our communities have been and will be consulted, and we will be acting on their input as a result of the race-based data findings released last year. And lastly, the service is committed to the wellness, development, and training of our people for a healthy and professionalized workforce. This includes fostering a positive workplace culture that is then in turn reflected in how we serve our communities. We have been modernizing our budget process. This is the first year we are outlining our budget based on the services that we provide that are hopefully in a manner that is consumable for the residents that we serve. So this chart shows how much of our budget is allocated to each of the services, and the three largest being priority response, investigations, and crime prevention. The service's operating budget request is 4.3%, 48 million compared to the 2022 budget, inclusive of COVID support. I just want to highlight also the year-over-year change in revenue specifically represents grants that have been confirmed, and so they are now reflected in our budget with the associated expenditure as well. And 90% of our expenditures are people-related, salaries and benefits, and our collective agreements. We are funded primarily through property tax revenue and a smaller portion from provincial grants for specific programs. We also collect fees associated, for example, reference checks that help pay for also the unit administering that work. We also have reserve draws where we offset the expenses around sick leave and modernization projects, life cycle replacement of vehicle and equipment that are reflected in our capital plan. So with a budget that is 90% for people, this increase is almost entirely for people-related costs, such as salaries, premium pay, and benefits. The largest increase is the collective agreement impact, which is almost 19 million. And if we took that out, our ask is actually 2.6%. We are experiencing escalated costs for benefits, so medical, dental, and WSIB. There's about 5 million included in our budget for that compared to last year. In terms of non-people related costs, there is essentially less than 1% in this budget to reflect those increases, and that's to fund contractual and inflationary costs for things like gasoline, uniform, computer maintenance. Especially in the non-salary, we scrutinize that heavily in the actual budget development process, and we're able to contain that cost to only 1% despite rising inflation rates by doing a very strict line-by-line review of the budget and to reduce and defer expenditures as much as possible. The next slide just outlines our net budget, which is really our gross budget minus our revenues. There is a relationship, however, between those expenditures and the revenue we do receive. So in terms of our capital plan, the service's capital plan is funded from various sources. We utilize the vehicle and equipment reserve funded through the service's operating budget, as well as development charges funded through, obviously, the DCs paid by developers to help fund the cost of infrastructure related to new developments. Only then is city-issued debt used to fund the remainder of the program, And for this 10-year plan, we left our city debt target to be the same as last year's levels. In addition, as part of efforts to mitigate the financial impact of COVID, we have made a permanent reduction of $4 million to the 2022 carry forward funding into 2023. Our 10-year capital plan is made up essentially of the maintenance and investments in facilities, IT, fleet, equipment, and communications. These projects are a multi-year effort. Many are life cycle replacements, and just a few notable ones included in this plan is one, exploring and potentially moving to a new records management solution, which is the main operational system for the service. We also want to highlight the construction of a new 41 division building, which this year had a groundbreaking to start the construction. Spend rate and supply chain disruptions as a result of the pandemic is not unique to the service, but certainly a big consideration, and it did influence our spend rate in 2022. There is still some impact associated with that heading into 2023, but the plan we have put in place does recalibrate the planning assumptions and provide for resources and oversight to improve project execution. In terms of the supporting our climate change initiatives and climate objectives for the city, we have embarked on the use of hybrid and electric vehicles. There's 4 of them that are currently being piloted, and the plan is to, we basically replace about 80 vehicles a year. The plan is to slowly, where it makes sense, convert to hybrid because that does represent some savings in gas. We have an ongoing initiative around LED lighting, and that does generate hydro savings. And we're also, as part of the new 41 division building, we are working on modifying and value engineering that to make sure we achieve a net zero emissions impact, which would be the first building in the services asset base to achieve that. And so to conclude, this budget builds on a strong history of cost containment and change, including a hiring moratorium that by itself reduced the budget by $72 million annually at least. We have detasked work and services, whether it's to civilianize within the service or even now to the city doing the work. We've reallocated existing resources towards priorities so that each need does not directly result in a net new hiring or budget ask. Specifically in 2021 and 2022, these reallocations represent at least $30 million of value that would have otherwise needed to be accommodated in this budget. And so cumulatively, these changes since 2016 represent more than $400 million of cost avoidance. Moreover, in the last 6 years, our average increase has been 1.8%. The service out of those years has come in at 0% or less in the 3 times, which also meant that we absorbed the collective agreement impact that does average around $20 million a year. And again, even this year, our collective agreement impact out of $4.3 million is $19 million. And so when you take that out, the ask outside of the CBA is 2.6%. There is concern, and the chief raised that as well as the executive director, about a resource picture where service gaps continue to grow with the growth of the city, an increasing number of calls, and a relatively static number of police officers and civilians engaged in community safety service delivery. And so this budget aims to strike the right balance between focusing on core service delivery, investing in people, but also moving towards a different service delivery model enabled in part through technology as part of a multi-year capacity creating effort to better accommodate growth and meet community needs effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're now going to go to questions. I just also wanted to mention to members that the Auditor General is online if there are any questions related to the city budget on that, so it is online. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? We were chatting earlier. You're right. Okay, apologize. Okay. So we'll begin. Yeah, if you wish, if you want to sit up at one of the tables where there's a mic, just in case there's a question for you. So we'll begin with visiting councillors as usual, and then we'll take it into committee after that. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your presentation. It's good to have you here today. If I'm following correctly, there's a lot of moving parts. There's an increase in revenue of 19.9 million that you have. That's provincial or something? Can you tell me what that is?
Net new increase, so the way we budget for grants is often they're only confirmed in year. So we have a long-standing history of receiving these grants, but they're typically not budgeted at the outset until they're confirmed,
But
which
here they
usually
are.
happens in year. But these grants now are confirmed because they're multi-year, so we've built them in. But these are similar levels of grant funding even in prior years that would have been reflected through our variance reports.
So taking that 19.9 and the amount that you're asking the city for, the operating budget increase that you are receiving, when you include all sources, is 68.2 million? That's the actual gross operating increase to the police service operating budget this year, right?
So contrary to that, that's not how we would frame it, because these grants are not just supporting base services. Some of our expenses are specifically tied to delivering on the grant objectives, meaning if we didn't receive the grant, we potentially would not have embarked on some of the expenditure base. So it wouldn't.
I understand
exactly
that, but if you
characterized.
take the amount of money that the 2022 operating budget had, your proposed budget for 2022, and you take the 2023 operating budget and you subtract 22 from 23, the increase, the actual dollar value increase is $68.2 million year over year in your operating budget, correct?
Without the revenue, yes, but the expenditures would also look different without those grant commitments.
Yes, but the amount of money that the police service will have in its ask for 23 on a gross basis is $68.2 million more than the gross ask for 22, correct? No, I've asked, I'm good here, yeah.
It is without the revenues, but again, I reiterate, the expenses are the expenses in part because of the commitments we have made through the grants.
Okay.
So the
And-
net that's being calculated doesn't reflect the actual commitments that we're making, which is what the expenditure supports.
Okay, and given that your actual gross increase is $68.2 million, the percentage increase from 22 to 23 is 5.5%, correct? I have this from your own budget presentation to your board.
Yes.
Yes? Thank you very much. Those were my questions.
Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Hi, Chief. Welcome to City Hall. Svina and Ryan, good to see you. Through the chair. Currently we have a response time of almost 20 minutes for 911 calls. Is that correct?
It's actually for priority one calls,
Priority,
which is
right.
the most serious
Right.
type of call where there's a threat to life potentially in the elements of the call.
So in 1995, the police board set a benchmark of 6 minutes as the response. Has there ever been a year where we hit 6 minutes?
Well, I've got current numbers. I can't answer if there's ever been a year. I can answer that presently we're nowhere near that.
So I think I read in 2015, we were at 15 minutes.
That's correct.
So now we've increased by almost 4 or 5%. I think for a lot of people, that number is frightening because all of us would want and hope that if we were in a dire situation with our loved ones, that 6-minute is met, what is the potential difference in response time that this added investment can result in?
And forgive me through the chair. It's very difficult for me to quantify that at this moment. What I can tell you is we continue to evolve our operational posture in a way to mitigate the risk that exists presently to the lack of resources, because of lack of resources. But we're very aggressively, if this investment's approved, looking higher and commit the resources. As you see, the numbers of what we're committing to is to frontline operational service delivery. Our community response, or our neighborhood community officers, we're committing to 16. 162 officers we're committing to priority response.
I think the concern, because obviously this is a large amount of money that the city is dedicating, where we're all competing for pie here, is that without a measurable goal, it's a huge amount of money. And, you know, we learn about SMART goals, right, that are measurable, achievable. And I'm hoping, and I'm not asking for you to come back to us right now, but I'm hoping that we can work towards a goal, and a realistic goal. I'm not saying we have to promise 6 minutes in this year, but it would, I think, assure taxpayers that our money is being well spent. And with regard to the priority response officers that are now being added, I hear also in my neighborhood, and I've heard from several fellow councillors, people saying we would like more presence in our community. And I'm wondering, you know, there are the neighborhood police, but is there a visible patrol element that priority response officers can participate in?
So, through the chair, yes, absolutely, there is. But I just want to go back to the beginning of your question, which is having goals. We do have a goal.
Yes.
We know we're not meeting that goal, anywhere near that goal.
Right.
And the goal has been set by the board, and we'll continue to review our response times to make sure that we're doing everything we can to drive down our response times to get us closer to that goal. So the goal exists. We're just nowhere near it. Secondly, as it relates to the impact and our police officer presence has in communities, first of all, you're spot on, Councillor. We've repeatedly heard in our community consultations, and I can tell you I've personally heard it in my engagement in the communities, that our police officers' presence is very welcome. And there are many communities in the city that enjoy their spaces when the police are present. Because the police do prevent concerns in the community.
Sorry, I'm going to run out of time.
Forgive me.
I have one
All
more.
that to say that
Yes.
priority response officers do have a role to play in that.
Yes.
They're just not able to get to that role
Right.
because there is no operational flexibility.
So with the increase, we're hoping for more police presence.
Correct.
And the last question is, there is the MHAP, which I was very pleased to learn about when I joined the board, which is the Mental Health Addictions Advisory Panel. And I'm wondering what part has the information that panel has come together with informed this budget, as well as the goals of this coming year for the police services? Thank you.
So,
Sorry, go
through
ahead.
you, Mr. Chair, MHAP, in addition to many of our other advisory committees, we do go in front of and actually talk through large volumes and bodies of work. So specifically with MHAP, it's training around persons in crisis calls, discussion even around race-based data, discussion around our MCIT program and the expansion of that. It also includes and was informed through the development of our Divisional Crisis Support Officer. And so all of these different aspects are built into our budget and are a direct result of our consultation with MHAP in particular.
Thank you. We'll take it into committee. Committee members, Councillor Moyes to begin.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for your presentation. First question is, why do we have 3 budgets in front of us today for the police service?
So our budgets are structured as operating, capital, and parking. It's all housed still as one organization. There is also a separate board budget, but it's all within, the operating, parking, and capital is all within the Toronto Police Service.
Okay. And the chief at one point said that it's one officer per 598. You know, if you look at Vancouver and Quebec, Montreal, and a few other places. Thank you for that. And the UK. But I also believe that per capita, I think we actually spend more for budget-wise, right? Do you agree?
What I can say is we continue to take a declining share of the city's budget in
Okay.
Toronto.
So digging through the material here, it says on page 18, under new project, it showed that you are spending $20.6 million for the replacement of your existing records management system. So what is wrong with the current record management system? Is there a weakness that requires 20 million to fix it?
So the current records management system is a number of years old. We are trying to move towards a digital officer program. We are currently intelligence-based, but it does lack current pieces to allow us to fully enable digitization, analytics, mobile officers. The budget that's been set aside for the records management system is based on our past implementation experience of the system. So it's budgeted over 2 years. The team currently is developing the business case on the solution and the merit, so it will come to the board first for approval before.
My understanding, though, sorry to interrupt, is though that this is provided to you by a third party. Is that correct? And so isn't the third party responsible to make sure that what you need is there? Why do you need to actually go off to have a parallel system to do perhaps the same thing?
It will be a potential replacement. We will not be running two parallel systems.
Okay. Another question I have here is the bike theft. You know, the bike theft is a big problem in the city, right? And so I know the city recommended to you, I think back in 2018, to use the 529 garage system. And I know that you've quoted Vancouver and a few other places in your presentation earlier. And I'll say Ottawa, Vancouver, and some US states actually have this. So for example, and it says digitalized, and if, for example, someone leaves, I don't know, Montreal and comes to Toronto, and you register the bike, it's registered, you would know that the bike is stolen. So it's a bike theft recovery system. Why have we not looked into that further? Can I get a commitment from you to actually perhaps look into this and perhaps implement it?
So I'm not, as I sit here, familiar, through the chair, forgive me, I'm not, at my fingertips, familiar with exactly what you're referencing. I can commit to you that we'll take a look at what it is you referenced. As far as implementation, I will say I'm not able to commit to that as I sit here. And this budget is, what we're really focused on is frontline service delivery, and that's where our resources are very largely focused on at the moment. But I will commit to taking a look at it.
Okay.
I may, Councillor, sorry, just on that, because I know that this came through committees and council before. I think there's already been an exploration. I believe that option is still one that is actively being explored. So, you know, the chief's commitment is in line with what the service, I believe, is already doing, but we can certainly let you know where things land.
Mm-hmm. That's excellent to hear. How much time do I have? Do we have
One more question. One more question, if you can sneak it in.
Okay, so I'm happy to hear about the pilot projects you have around with the Gerstein and also from, I'm not wearing my glasses, so you must forgive me, TCCS, the pilot project. So there's been some successes. I believe there's some successes. With Gerstein, it's 40% success, and with the TCCS, it's 42% success. So which means that it actually takes officers, off from some crisis calls rather than sitting in emergencies and departments and in courts. You have a third party that is able to actually address some of the issues around mental health and addiction. So what can we do to improve this service, to improve this pilot? And will this pilot be permanent?
Through the chair, Councillor Moyes.
Counselor.
Sorry, what did I say?
I think okay, that's what I thought. Okay, sorry.
The stat that you cited is actually wrong. It's between 70 to 78% success rate in the diversion. So it's a city pilot. Right now it's in 4 areas plus 1 that's expanded. And, there have been calls from every sector of the community, as well as us and the police supporting the expansion of that. I know we have Denise Andrea Campbell here, who's actually in charge of that program. It operates underneath her, and we're partners in that. We have found that it is very successful, and we're participating in the partnership with them to make it as successful as possible. The number of events that are diverted are increasing monthly. We actually just met yesterday to go over the first draft of an evaluation report done by CAMH, which I think, when it's distributed publicly, you'll see that it's pointing in the right direction. Lots of opportunities for continued success, we are strongly in support of this program, as well as diverting as many of these type of calls as possible to that service.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Let me just start off with, I want to dispel what I believe to be an inaccuracy. So people have said that an increase in officers are not necessarily based on evidence. How would you respond to that?
The entire budget and everything we do at the service is evidence-based. We have been driving intelligence-led deployment for years. This budget is premised, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, on the Auditor General's report on 911 response time and calls for service, which required detailed examination of our data and our response times. Moreover, this budget also represents and reflects the recommendations made in Justice Epstein's missing and missed recommendations, 151 recommendations after a very thorough review of how missing cases are handled and the data behind that. We also have community consultations, including an independent survey we conducted independently with a third-party firm that did survey 1,500 residents that represent all postal codes of the city that also expressed concern with current response times and call answer times and desired an investment in those areas. Every aspect of the budget can be supported with data and evidence.
Thank you. Did you want to add something to that, Chief?
Well, through the chair, if time permits, is just to stress that, when we looked at our priority 1 response times, this really is about our ability to get to people when they're calling in need of the police service. This is not about the need of other services. It's when people need the police to come to their door, when there's a very real concern for their well-being. That is clearly a police matter, and our ability to do that quickly and effectively the way residents of this city deserve.
Okay. All right, thank you. The next question, what caught my attention is page 5 of your slide. When, and I've seen this presentation before, but when you see it again, the second and third time, you pick up additional points. So when you said the population growth from 2010 to 23 was 426,000 here in Toronto, and that's accurate, and if possibly even more, and that's excluding any additional people, tourism, or whatever. And the size of the City of London is approximately that large as well in terms of population. How many police officers does the City of London have? Would you know that roughly?
Through you, Chair, it's about 900.
So about,
Civilian and sworn, and what we referenced in terms of us being down 600 officers, over that same period, we've also grown the size of London, which does require 900.
yeah, and that's the point I'm trying to make. So they have 900 officers. We've lost 650 officers, I believe, if not more. I thought the number was much higher. Which clearly is attributing to the concerns that we have with response times and everything else. Just give me one sec here. The Neighborhood Community Officer Program, page 4, you indicated that we are we in 52 neighborhoods currently?
Yes, currently, we are in 52 neighborhoods through you, Mr. Chair. We are in 52 neighborhoods. We expanded in 2021 from 37 to 52 by internally reallocating. And now this budget will see an expansion to up to an additional 4 neighborhoods after we have staffed our priority response area.
Oh, that's great. That's phenomenal. And just one more question, I believe. No, I'm good. That was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you to Chief. Welcome and congratulations, and to the team. We see a condition in the City of Toronto where there are areas where crime is rising, and there is a demand for more police reaction. Would that be correct to make that statement?
Yes, it would be.
Right. Can you tell me, what is your case rate or solve rate? What is that particular percentage at this particular point in time in terms of the number of homicides and so on that's taking place?
Well, homicides, we are somewhere over around 80% solve rate, which is, unprecedented, to my knowledge, anywhere in this continent.
So it's a record then?
Yes, it
So
is.
there are good things that are taking place in
There's
Toronto.
amazing things taking place there.
Right. Let me then ask, with respect to numbers, you're looking at about 336 new hires, 200 of which are actually police officers. And you've gone through in terms of the diagram here, in terms of where they're going to be posted. This is in response to the demand for more service in order to address the issue around response time, and also to ensure that not only boots on the street, but responding to calls.
Correct.
Is there another way to provide that type of service without the personnel in order to respond to the requests of residents who are in need of policing?
So we, of course, look for alternative ways to handle calls, and one of our objectives in this request for investment is our evolution in technology and the use of technology to better connect our officers with community and be able to serve community requests for service in a different way. But fundamentally, it's important, and I just take 5 more seconds, this is about our ability to get to those calls where we actually have to go.
Right, so technology and personnel requires a complementary approach. One's not independent of the other.
Absolutely true.
You can't just have the personnel, not the technology. You can't just have the technology and not the personnel.
Absolutely.
You need to make the investment in both.
That's absolutely true, Councillor, and especially when our focus to get to priority 1 calls is at the expense of other things. And if we can solve some of that workload other ways through technology, that's helpful operationally.
Right, and so in cases where you actually have to make specific decisions in responding to things like carjacking, you need to have the personnel in place to be able to respond to that.
Correct.
And so you need that cushion, you need the team, you need the personnel.
Correct.
All right, so good, effective policing doesn't happen without a combination of things: personnel, investment, technology, efficiency, because your organization has gone through a tremendous amount of efficiency process and bringing consultants in over the last, I would say, last 10 years.
That's absolutely true.
And your finding has been that there has been recommendations which has been implemented by the police service.
Correct.
So, demand's increasing, technology increase in terms of cost, premium pay, and inflationary aspect, gasoline increase and so on, demand for service continues to be high. And so the response is either to deliver on having the right personnel and apparatus and tools, or not to provide that service. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's not one of the options we have, both as a responsible municipality and/or a police service.
Well, a step further, Councillor, if I may, is there's a legal obligation
Right.
set in law for us to deliver adequate and effective services in a number of categories that was very well expressed by
Mr. Teschner.
Mr. Teschner, and that's a legal obligation.
And that was loud and clear to us. I'm just saying. All right.
Thank you.
So let me just do this, Chief, because I need to make some comments. I don't know if we'll have a second round. If we can, I mean, that'd be great. I don't know if others are interested in that, second round. Okay, then I'll just take a little bit more time then. Can you help me to understand the issues around the collective agreement? Those are not arbitrary. Those are legislative, contractual agreement which we have to respond to. I think the number was 19 million, you said?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. This year, it's 19 million. They average about 20 million a year. We have a board-negotiated collective agreement. We must abide by that agreement, and it is coming, there will be another round at the end of this year.
Right. And just final question in this round, Chief, to you, the 6-minute response time. Do you think that maybe we should look at perhaps changing that time, since we have never really even approximated a close proximity to it? I'm just wondering whether or not that needs to be reviewed.
Through your chair, Councillor, we are examining other jurisdictions and how they approach that, and we're working with the board, and that's a subject of conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to, and I apologize for being late, TTC delays. I think you were caught too. You mentioned a worsening crime environment, or allude to it. Is this mostly related to the 42% increase in auto theft? Is that correct?
Well, that's an element of an increase, but our emergency calls are up 14.3%.
Yeah.
And that's going to be across the spectrum of emergency calls.
So emergency calls, but some of those aren't crime.
No, but that's
Yeah.
an element of.
Okay, so mostly the worsening crime environment is around auto theft, which has happened in my ward. And I've visited people who've experienced that, so I get it. So the budget request, as you mentioned, reverses about a 10 or 12-year trend of holding the line, asking a 5.5% increase. What about this year is particularly different, considering the trend that you outlined yourselves?
Sorry, can you restate that last part?
So for about 10 or 12 years, as you indicated, there haven't been significant increases. So what about this year is different that it requires a 5.5% increase?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify, our ask is 4.3%. It is not an apples-to-apples comparison by using 5.5%. The key differences this year is our service response time. It is the findings from the Auditor General, and we have made a commitment to address those findings. This is about poor service delivery. We have reallocated resources for a number of years, and as I mentioned in our presentation, we simply don't have any more flex at this point.
Sorry, other departments also get grants from other orders of government, and we do count them. So just, I mean, I am learning here, but when we talk about other areas of work that the city does, a lot of that money is actually from provincial government. So I'll go back to some areas that weren't highlighted in the presentation, just to check in on. The research that we get in the community indicates that mental health calls create about $150 million cost pressure for policing. Homelessness calls, about $100 million cost to police the homelessness situation. We've noted a massive increase in homelessness in Toronto. Is this having an impact on your, in terms of that increase in 911 volume?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay, so research has indicated from the, for example, Canadian Civil Liberties Association with an expert team, indicated that there are significant pressures from mental health calls to homelessness calls. The homelessness calls, they estimate 100 million. Maybe you have different indicators. What I'm asking is, given the massive increase in homelessness we've seen in Toronto, is this having an impact on those 911 calls and the volume that is increasing?
Well, I'd expect that if we looked at the nature of our 911 calls, there are calls that would be tied to homelessness.
Yeah, so you're not, do you know how many that would be? I mean, the same report indicates that 16,000 tickets, up to 16,000 tickets for homelessness are issued, and there's a significant cost associated with that. I'm just wondering if you're seeing a trend here.
Through you, Chair, this is not about issuing tickets. This is about our ability to respond operationally to 911 calls where there's a significant concern for people's safety. That's what we're speaking of here. The issuing of tickets, I frankly don't have those numbers as it relates to homelessness before me, but that's not what this is about. This is our ability to respond to priority one calls.
Yeah, and so
operational capacity.
that's exactly where I'm going, which is that if we're seeing, if over time research shows that mental health calls and homelessness calls are adding pressure, I'm just checking in about whether that's, we see it, we note it, that it's increasing in the community. So I assume that a part of the pressure that you're seeing for 911 calls is coming from the opioid crisis, from overdose calls, from homelessness calls, from mental health calls. It's just, yeah, okay, cool.
If I may, Councillor, sorry, because you asked about that report, which we are familiar with. I think the statistic that you just articulated regarding the tickets was a statistic from 2010.
Okay,
I
thanks.
think the approach is fundamentally different today. The other thing that I'll say is homelessness is not something that the Toronto Police Service responds to as a police service. They respond to the behavior, calls from members of the public, calls from individuals, and it totally depends on the nature of what's going on. And so if somebody calls in a life or death circumstance, the issue is not whether or not the person is homeless. The issue is that there's an emergency response that needs to be provided. And if you want to bundle within this discussion mental health and persons in crisis, I think you'll agree with me that the service has done some very important work with the city in setting up alternatives that out of its own budget are being paid for, and in partnership with the city are being paid for, in order to provide alternative options for persons in crisis.
Yeah, I was just asking if there was an increased pressure, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. So, I have a number of questions. So, my first question is, how much is the grant funding in 2023? And was this received in 2022? And also, was it budgeted in 2022? And if you adjusted the 22 budget, what would the apples to apples increase be?
The increase is the 19 million in 2023. It was also there in 2022, and we reflected it in the variance report as we proceeded in year. The other, because this is provincial, some of that grant funding supports 2023 costs, but because their fiscal ends in March, there's a bit of overlap between the years in terms of how the expenditures occur. But 4.3% reflects a budget-to-budget increase.
Okay, thank you. My next question is to the auditor. So can you comment, we received this email from you on the misinformation that went out there by members of council a few days ago. Can you just comment?
Sure. So through the chair, yes, there was reference to my report that there was a public statement that 40% of all calls for service could be handled by alternative response. So just to clarify, my report outlined that we found 40% of the 6 event types that we sampled that were all lower priorities could potentially be handled by either a non-priority response unit or alternative response.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So I have a question to the chief. Can you provide your perspective as chief as to the various reasons why it is important to respond to priority 911 calls in a timely manner? In other words, what are the impacts of an average 21-minute response time?
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor. When I think of the impact of long times to get to our priority 1 calls, the things that come to mind is our ability to prevent a continuation of the circumstances that are causing that call. And often that's an offense being committed, but certainly a situation where the intervention of police is absolutely essential to get there to help somebody. Secondly, the longer it takes for us to get to these types of situations, the more compromised our ability is to deal with it after the fact through an effective investigation. And what's not, often discussed in the context of this year's investment request is there's an incredible amount of work that happens after our response that we have to be able to do in order to meet our legislative responsibility. And the longer it takes for us to get to these emergent calls, the more complicated and difficult that work gets. And I think the third thing I'd highlight, Councillor, is, quite frankly, it impacts a fundamental principle in policing, which is the public's trust and confidence in the service's ability to protect communities and serve communities effectively. And the longer it takes, I can tell you, I've heard this everywhere I've gone. There's a palatable understanding and frustration in communities that the ability for police to respond quickly and effectively is a growing concern.
Okay, thank you. Now, to the chief, what can you say in response to those who seem to suggest that police do not reduce crime? They just react to it once it's occurred. Now, as you know, you personally have been out and you've been engaged with the community groups, the number of requests that have come in, and how the police and the neighborhood officers, how we've engaged with the community and how successful that has been to have a positive response in the engagement, both with the police and the community. I think that's very important because, I think police presence with the community makes a big difference. And what is your success on that?
Through you, Chair. Councillor, thank you very much for that question, because it gives me a very important, it's an important opportunity to discuss what the impact is of police presence in our communities and how communities feel when our police officers are present. And there are communities in the city that very clearly have said to us they'd like our presence there in order to ensure that they feel safe, so they can use the space, the very parks that this city maintains, so they can use that space with their families and their children safely and feel safe. And they feel safe when our neighborhood officers are present, when a police officer is present. That's been reported or communicated repeatedly by our communities. And I've quite frankly seen it from my own eyes over the years. The other part is that is important to highlight is when we speak of a seizure that just the CAO mentioned, in a single investigation, 62 firearms are taken before they hit the streets of Toronto. I think the preventative aspect of that seizure and that investigation cannot be overstated. Each of those firearms is illegal and represents a potential death, and certainly represents trauma, harm, and fear in our communities. And the seizure of those guns is the prevention of the harm and trauma and death and carnage that those illegal firearms are causing on our streets. And we spoke earlier of the important rising crime as it relates to carjackings. Let us not forget that it's not the only crime going up. Shootings have been going up year over year in the city and repeatedly have been a concern in our communities and is the single greatest community safety concern. So the seizure of 62 firearms in a single investigation is crime prevention, is saving lives, and an immeasurable amount of lives saved and trauma prevented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll add my name to the list questions. So there's been a narrative out there that the increased investments or increasing a police budget doesn't have a correlating decrease in crime. I've been asked this directly from the media, that there are no studies to suggest that an increase in the investment, the 4.3 that you're asking, will reduce crime. Can you comment on that and the data on how you determined the increased support that you're asking for?
Chair, thank you very much for that, and I think it's a very important part of the discussion we're having as it relates to our presentation for an investment this budget year. What we're really focusing on is the need for us to be able to conduct our legislative primary responsibilities, and in this case, get to people when they need help. This is really about investing in our operational capacity to respond to people when they're calling for help. We know that the presence of police officers, as we discussed, makes people feel safer. There's a number of discussions that can happen, as you've noted, on to what extent we can discuss the impact police has. But in this particular case, this is a multi-year approach for us to be able to deliver our core service, which is responding to calls for service, which we are mandated to do legislatively. And quite frankly, the citizens of this city need us to go to. These are uniquely police-related events related to situations that the police are the only agency equipped to deal with, and we have to get to those calls. And right now, our level of service delivery has been degraded.
Thank you. It's been requested, I believe, to do a second round. If the will of the committee is to do that, we can do a second round. Okay, looks like that's good. Visiting councilors. Councillor Cheng is the one visiting councilor at the moment. Did you have questions?
Only one.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for your patient answering of many questions. I'm wondering about the Gerstein referrals as well as the Toronto Community Crisis Service. Is there a percentage of these calls that is getting referred back to the police? So it's clearly a mental health situation, but people are not wanting just a health worker to show up.
Through the chair, Councillor Cheng, there is, and you'll see the two charts that are in the budget documents there. It's important to recognize, though, that some of those calls that we try to divert to either, first of all, through the city pilot program, some of those calls do come back to us, not us alone. Sometimes we'll attend with the crisis workers. At each stage, at 2 stages of that process, we have to get consent from the caller. So when the caller calls 911, and we make it's appropriate for a diversion, we make that caller aware that there's an option. In order to shift it there, we have to get consent from the caller because they did call 911. Once it goes to the pilot, the anchor agencies through 211, they've got to get consent again. So those are sort of two areas that sometimes they'll say, no, I just want the police, because they're not aware. There's an awareness piece that has to come with this program, and we're building on that. When a call does get diverted wholeheartedly to the TCCS, the Toronto Crisis Community Crisis Support Service, they will attend, and sometimes there's new information to the call, and they want the police to attend, or they want ambulance, they want fire. It's still a diversion, even though we co-respond. So some of those numbers that you'll see on the chart, you have to sort of blow it out, and the expansion isn't there. You know, when it says, for instance, that 57% decline rate, that's not entirely accurate, just the way it's stated there. So that's one process through the TCCS. The Gerstein pilot, it's a crisis worker that's embedded in our comm center, who will take an appropriate call and de-escalate it on the phone so there's no response necessary. There may be a response required that Gerstein themselves, you know, can set in motion, or they could transfer it through 211 or the anchor agencies that are operating with the city's pilots. So there's a lot of pathways there. And sometimes, you know, there's information on the call that either our comms operators or the Gerstein folks feel that the police should be attending and dispatch a unit. While we're on our way.
Just to, because of limited time, so there is quite a large percentage that's bouncing back, and so in the AG report, it spoke about the importance of education being an important piece of making it successful, that these referrals do stay referred. And I guess I'm wondering, where in the budget is there an investment in that education campaign? Is there an expansion or intentional investment that will strengthen community knowledge of what service is available alternative to the police?
Perhaps through the chair, Councillor, I can take that. So as part of the Toronto Community Crisis Service budget, there is resources to launch a multilingual 5-week campaign this year. That campaign will launch on January 23rd. And as we move forward, we will ensure that our budgets going forward will include comms commitment, because this is a new service and it does require public awareness around how to use it, how they can also use 211 as another access channel.
Thank you. So again, you know, I know there's all this pressure, this huge amount of resources being allocated to an already large budget. And one question that I hear sometimes from constituents is, you know, what are the policing activities that could be replaced with the special constables to perhaps find some efficiencies? Because, you know, and I guess parallel to that is there a list of all the policing activities such as patrolling, administration, attending court, traffic enforcement, level 1 to level 3, level 5 to level 6, special events and protests, construction, and how many policing hours are allocated to each of these activities, and then which of these could be replaced by special constables to bring a reduction in cost?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so where we do use special constables, where ordinarily it would have been an officer, are in things like booking. So booking prisoners, searching fingerprints, photographing persons in custody, the security of well-being of prisoners, also in terms of court services, and even just divisional support that would have ordinarily required a sworn officer. So report writing, evidence collecting, canvassing, you know, assisting in the search for missing persons, helping enforce bylaws, protecting secured scenes of crime, even just notebook and making accurate notes and making sure they're up to date, helping to support the ultimate kind of testifying in court. So there's a number of activities, and we have done those types of efforts to civilianize everywhere we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take it into committee. Councillor Thompson first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the chief and team. The Freedom Convoy, the level of activity that took place during the very well-managed and response from the Toronto Police, was that budgeted for in terms of the hours, the number of personnel, and so on? And if not, how do you accommodate in the budget that type of expenditure?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so events and protests, often resources from across the service are pulled to staff for these types of unplanned and spontaneous events. Specific to the Freedom Convoy, that cost $7.5 million that was not budgeted, that we did have to absorb within our funding level. And that is an ongoing pressure, events, demonstrations, and unplanned events. This was the first year where we had to pull resources from our investigative squads, which means investigations that they're doing have to be pulled away to now go to an event. We even pulled resources directly from the chief's office to support these types of events.
Okay, so that's additional pressure. Chief, through you, I just wanted to raise a couple of things. One, I've had some of my constituents indicating to me on calls to the service regarding things like robbery and others. They've been held on the phone for quite some time and eventually told to reach out to their either counselor and or the mayor's office because we don't have enough officers, and additional to basically go to their insurance provider. I don't need a comment from you regarding that. If you wish, totally up to you, but I'm just telling you some of the things that are being said to us, and I don't think that should be the type of communication that should take place between police officers and our residents, just as a point. I wanted just to thank you, Chief. As you know, the new 41 division is taking place. I wanted to thank you for that and your leadership and others and so on. Some really amazing people out there working on this. I have 4 specific persons that I want to draw your attention to. The first one is Greg Watts, Superintendent 42. The second is David Riznick, Superintendent 43. The next is Warren Wilson, Superintendent at 41, and Inspector James Hong. Just want to let you know that if you ever try to move them, that there'll be protests in our community because they are just absolutely amazing. And I'll give you a point in terms of that. We've had some issues at the Scarborough Town Center over the course of the holidays in terms of some of the scams and so on. Collectively, they put together a team and responded to that, and our community is forever, appreciative of that response. So these are the types of things that we've seen in the community in terms of the response. So I wanted, though, Chief, with the last 3 minutes of my time, I wanted to get your perspective on policing. You are now the new chief of the Toronto Police Service. I don't think I've heard your perspective on policing, and I think at the budget committee would be perhaps a really good opportunity for you to help us to understand your vision and your perspective on policing in terms of making this city a safer, better place for all.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. First of all, thank you for highlighting the incredible work being done by our members out in Scarborough. They're incredibly committed, as they are across this city, to delivering the most effective and community-centric, responsive, empathetic, culturally sensitive policing that is possible. And that, is in essence, if you want to ask the philosophy or the perspective on policing, that what you're highlighting represents what is absolutely near and dear to me as chief, and has been near and dear to me for well over 3 decades of policing this city. On the change of command, I spoke of my lived experience. I'm a resident of this city. I've grown up in this city, been born in this city, raised my family in this city, sent my children to school in this city very deliberately. And I did that as a police officer living in this city. I'm incredibly invested on a personal level, and I'm incredibly invested on a professional level to the well-being of this city, and also to the well-being of the members who go above and beyond any imaginable call of duty that our people do each and every day in this city. You have a city that is being served by police officers who go into harm's way to keep people safe in this city every single day. They are exposed to trauma. They are exposed to incidents of violence, an incredible community-centric approach to the most difficult circumstances people face each and every day in our city. And our members rise to that challenge in the most incredible way. And so I will tell you that my goals, as were articulated, to improve trust in the police, it also included trust within the service, recognizing the importance of our members and the incredible work they do. I explicitly identified that I would celebrate what they do so that they understand how appreciated they are by the residents of this city, which I am one. So that is, in essence, you've really highlighted through your examples of the incredible work you witnessed what's important to me as chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief.
Councillor Bravo, we'll take it in committee now.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of questions. One is around overdose calls. When an overdose call comes into 911, how do you treat it? What's the matrix for deciding on whether a police officer should attend?
Through the chair, it depends on, there's some nuances to a call like that. That's probably a priority 1 call. Somebody's life is in jeopardy, and so it would be a tiered response. We'd send fire ambulance and the police with the hopes of getting somebody there as quick as possible to administer first aid. We have a number of instances, and I don't think we have any examples here, but where our officers are first on scene, admitted naloxone and save the life of that individual.
Okay, thank you. I understand that once an officer attends an overdose call, is it correct that the officer has to remain with the patient at the hospital? Or I believe that was asked.
No.
No? Okay, so that's not actually that's not actually using a lot of policing hours?
So there might be a component. I mean, there's a whole bunch of variables that could take, part of that call. If that person is a victim of a crime, and there's something that police have to investigate subsequently, then for sure they would probably follow that, that person to the hospital. But just on an overdose call where there's a threat to the person's life, it's getting there as quick as possible to administer first aid to save the life of the person.
So I'm just wondering whether there's been a consideration of, since it's a health call, like, if I have a heart attack, there's usually not a police officer that comes, the ambulance comes. Has there been consideration to treating an overdose call as just a health emergency and not sending an officer?
So I think you're incorrect when you say heart attack. That's still a person that needs immediate help. It's a tiered response. So all three agencies are prepared to respond, to give CPR. We're all trained in CPR, and then the other services have specific equipment, specialty equipment. But that's not true that we don't attend.
Okay, thank you. One of the greatest safety concerns in my area is around pedestrian and cycling injuries and fatalities. We've had a number of them, and we count the deaths, but there's also a lot of harm that happens. And I just noticed that there's, on page 14, it looks like there's is this correct to say there's a 4.3 million reduction in traffic, and what part of that will be around traffic enforcement versus parking enforcement in relation to getting to Vision Zero? This is an important for my constituents.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what page are you referring to?
14, net expenditures. Perhaps I'm not reading it correctly, but it looks to me like there's a reduction there. And I just wanted to know what part of that around, like the percentage or the number around traffic enforcement, which I know has been, inconsistent, and there's a lot of community demand to hear about this.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the way the allocation happens is based on who is deployed in these units, and these units are then mapped to the services we deliver. Ultimately, there is a dedicated traffic enforcement team that has been maintained. The reduction could be based on a year-to-year comparison at a point in time of what that staffing level may have been. So it could have been attrition compared to the previous year. But we do have a dedicated team, and there have not been any divestments in that area, but we are still staffing up. So it might be just a reflection of the vacancy rate right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moise is next.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Chief, I'm really happy to hear that, you grew up in the city and you still live here. That warms my heart. One of the issues that we have across all systems, quite frankly, but even more so the police service, is that, retention rates. We hire people. It costs quite a bit to train an officer, to have a coach officer for 1 year, and then off they go to another police service. What can we do to retain people? And I know that, you're planning to hire X amount of officers this year based on the budget increase you will receive. But again, there's a gap there still, plus the additional officers that you may need to hire. Like, how are you gonna like put this square in the circle?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we do have planned attrition rates. The vast majority of that is retirements. There's a very small portion that ultimately leave for other services, but inversely, we also have a steady stream of interest from other officers and other services interested in joining. So our hiring plan and our retention plan is based on attrition rates that we kind of already know because we do hire in classes. We also work with the college on securing that capacity so that we can staff up. And in terms of a broader attraction to the Toronto Police Service, we have put out a very robust and well-received online campaign. We are in communities. We have a dedicated recruitment team that is present at events almost every day. They are somewhere, whether it's schools, community events, colleges. We also held for the very first time at the Toronto Police Service, at the Toronto Police College rather, a province-wide career fair for all of the services to come to the city so that we can be much more candidate-friendly. So they have the opportunity, over 500 candidates came to the Toronto Police College. They met many services, including ourselves, to find the right fit. So in terms of putting the message out there that we are hiring, the entire sector is, but we do have some key differentiators, being our training capacity, our wellness supports that we have from a pre-placement as well as when they join the service,
Okay.
and kind of competitive salary and benefits.
All right, thank you. You're running my clock. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. So, there's an old saying, masters of, how's it go? Masters of all, jack of all trades, master of none. There we go. So the police service, it never says no. I mean, you have police officers in some schools, you have police officers in different spaces across the city. And so when you have these officers, in certain spaces, they're not on the road. I know when former Chief Blair was here, one of the things he did, or he committed to, was actually removing officers from offices behind desks and onto the road, where they could be seen and be visible. What are your plans in regards to perhaps taking a deep dive across all departments and systems to try and get as many officers on the road as possible?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the idea of civilianization is something that's discussed during any resource conversation. We talked about civilianizing the booking function, but in addition to that, even internally, whether it's the management team in our 911 center, whether it's the instructors in our college, whether it's recruiting, we look for every opportunity to civilianize some of those functions. Another example is our divisional crime analysts. So these are just a few examples that at one point would have been officers that were participating and performing these duties that we have in recent years civilianized. And we continue to look at that.
The other element I'll add to that through you, Chair, is that we've not only done aggressive civilianization, we're looking at technological opportunities, but we've also downsized operational capacity in areas to shore up where our work is needed most. And we have done that to address the carjacking issue. We've downsized over the last years a number of functions for police officers who are doing very important work for us at the cost of a service delivery, to put them into the front line.
Okay. If you just indulge me for a moment, Mr. Chair, so I want to say thank you to 51 Division officers, particularly Chris Kirkpatrick. He's been amazing, and the work that he do is amazing. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata is next.
Yes, thank you. So I have a couple of questions. So as far as the violence in the schools, and there was a couple last night I heard on the news, so can you tell me what we're doing, like what is the discussions with the school board, and because I know that we're getting a lot of calls for the police, and I have the school in my ward, York Memo, which has had a lot of violence. So if you can just update us.
Absolutely, through you, Chair. Thank you for that, Councillor. You're raising an incredibly important issue to us as an organization, and that is ensuring that our children are safe in the schools they attend. And, I don't want this to be a debate around the presence of police as it relates to school resource officers. That's a debate to be had and a discussion we will need to have, but that's not now. Now I will say to you, Councillor, that we are very much committed to safety-o and a multi-sectoral approach to issues in our communities, including in our schools. We have an executive leadership table that has school board executive leadership present. We are very engaged with our school board leadership. I've met with the director of the school board and continue to have those discussions on how we'd evolve from a corporate perspective. At the local level in every division, they're very connected in our schools and working closely with service providers that service and provide supports in our schools. And that work is ongoing and very much informed by the present situation as it relates to the safety and security in schools.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is the question that Councilor Bravo asked about the number of tickets issued. So can you just expand on that and maybe clarify?
Yeah, sorry, Chief, if I may, because the statistics were important, Councillor Bravo. You mentioned, I believe, 10,000 tickets that were issued under the Ontario Safe Streets Act. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about the trend in that area. That was a number from 2010. In 2018, there were 1,877. In 2019, 1,635. And the last year that we've got, 2020, there were just over 1,100. So I think you're going to, you clearly can see a declining trend there. So to your broader question, through you, Councillor, to Councillor Bravo, I don't think that this is where police officers excuse me, are spending a great deal of their time.
Thank you on that. So my next question is, have we had a huge increase, because I know we have in my ward, increase in call for service when it comes to all-night parties and noise and these booze cans that are running and the police, they're asking for the police and working with municipal licensing. Has that escalated as well? Because I know there's a lot more calls coming in.
Through you, Chair. Well, I think, Councillor, you say it succinctly. There are areas of the city where that is a concern and something we need to attend to.
Okay. And so my last question is, where does the money come from to support the Gerstein program, and where does the money come from to support the MCIT or DSCO program?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so for the Gerstein program, we fund that internally through our modernization reserve. That is not an unlimited reserve. It roughly costs to date, it's kind of year 2, about 1.5 million to date, but that is funded and absorbed internally. From the MCIT, we have 13 teams, so that's an officer paired with a nurse from the hospital. So the nurses are funded through the province, through the hospitals, and the officers are funded internally and are part of our base.
Thank you. That's it for my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity for a second round. I just want to clarify one thing about, there's people who believe that when they see an officer at a construction site, that officer is an officer that's taken away from his duties. Isn't it correct that officers that are on these sites are paid duties and it's not part of the shift that they're currently working?
That, through your chair, that is correct. Those are paid duties, off-duty officers, and our fill rate on paid duties is declining.
I'm sorry?
Our ability to fill paid duties is declining.
Okay, thank you. So that's important. Page 6, this is another chart that really caught my attention as well. It's quite clear that we have the lowest number of officers representing 100 per 1,000 people, at least as of 2021, 100,000 people and 167 officers. I'd like to break that number down a little bit. So that's 167, but it's 24/7, 7 days a week, all year, shifts. What would that number look like on one shift for 100,000 people? That would go down, correct? Considerably.
So through your chair, we don't have the exact number per shift, but yes, it would, of course, because we have anywhere from 4 to 5 shift patterns in the city. So the total officer strength that's available is divided through different shifts because officers have days off and et cetera, et cetera. So it's,
Right.
you're right, deployed is far lower.
Yeah. So that's important to factor into these things as well. And so again, you know, quite concerning about representation per 100,000 people. And that tells a story in itself. I'm also very concerned, my community is very concerned about response times. You've indicated earlier that 48,105 priority calls, of which about half are approximately 12 minutes, but then the other half at approximately 30 minutes, so maybe that averages out at roughly in the 20-minute range. So when, do you have an estimate as to how this likely could improve once you reach, or you've hired the 200 new officers?
This is very explicitly why, through your chair, why I say it's a multi-year process for us. Is right now, we need to focus all our attention on getting the resources we need to put them into the front line so we can evaluate exactly that. To give a hard estimate at this point, I can't give you because it is a long-term project for us.
It will improve slightly, I'm sure.
I can commit to you as chief that we will be regularly evaluating our progress.
Thank you so much. And and I know, Chief, thank you very much for reaching out to the school boards, and I know Councillor Nunziata brought this up, and I wasn't going to bring it up again, but it's a really important point, certainly up in the community that I represent when it comes to school resource officers. So that was a big mistake that happened then, but we're now having to deal with, hopefully, trying to resolve it, because I know that the violence in schools has been escalating, and I'm pretty confident that would not be the case today if we had our officers still in schools. Do the neighborhood community officers at all reach out to the schools, drop in every once in a while, or does that not happen?
No, neighborhood community officers work with their communities where they're assigned, and that includes, of course, the schools.
Okay, so they work with them and with the neighborhood. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So next we have two small sections of the Toronto Police Services Board budget and Toronto Police Services Parking Enforcement Unit. So again, these are two small components that are sort of related but not. So why don't we go to, are there any questions on the Toronto Police Services Board budget? There usually aren't, so that's okay. Toronto Police Services Parking Enforcement Unit. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Give me a second. Do you currently have a full-time complement of the parking enforcement officers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, was the question if we do have a full-time complement?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And so you also mentioned in there, in your budget note that cafe TO, bike TO, curb TO, car share permits, and increased bicycle lanes are an ongoing challenge. Why do you believe that?
If you could just refer me through you, Mr. Chair, to the page.
I don't have the page in my notes, sorry. I just took some notes down on it.
Okay, I
Just
think so. One of the overall issues with the parking enforcement area is that it's often a feeder pipeline into the special constable and the cadet program. So it's really a matter of just, we do have a complement, we have a hiring plan to stay at that complement to the degree we can, but it is a unit that does ebb and flow from a staffing level standpoint and an ability to meet the demand.
Yeah, but why is cafe TO and bike TO an issue? Why would that be a problem in regards to parking enforcement?
I just want to, we did bring Superintendent Matt Moyer. I believe he's joined as well to shed a little bit more light into the operational aspects of parking enforcement.
Okay. If you'd like, I could go on to my
Matt, are
second.
you in
Online?
attendance?
Should be online. Stop your time.
Oh, give him a second here if we can come in.
Okay.
I've put your time on hold for a sec.
I could ask a second question in the meantime, if you like. So it says here it costs 62.6 million to run the unit, parking enforcement, but they generate 1.3 million in revenue. I thought it was a cost recovery sort of department.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the revenue is not actually on our budget, and we have 51.3 million as our net expenditure on the parking budget.
Sorry, 51 point what?
Our expenditure for the 2023 operating budget for parking is 51.3 million.
Okay, so it's...
And the revenue estimate goes, that's through the city.
Okay,
City
so
actually gets the revenue,
there's a
not
$10 million gap there. Right?
Sorry,
Well,
where are you referring?
if it's 62.6 million to run the unit and 51.3 in funds revenue collected, and there's a negative $10 million there almost.
I might need to take this away. I'm seeing our operating budget as 51.3, and we do not estimate the revenue on our budget.
Okay. So is Toronto Police responsible for parking fine increases? Who's responsible for the parking fines, the rates, I should say?
The city is.
The city?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, we do not set the rates.
Okay, that's what I thought. It was a question, I wasn't sure. Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on Parking Authority? Seeing none, sorry, Councillor Thompson?
Make a comment?
Sure.
I just wanted to, through the chief, through the parking enforcement folks, just to commend a gentleman in my area in Scarborough, and I think we all know him, Steve McGowan, for being just an absolutely amazing person. He is absolutely a keeper and so on. He just does so many interesting things. I just wanted to publicly thank him for the great work that he does, and I think we all actually have the ability to work with him, and he is someone who's very practical, and he takes unique approaches to resolving some of the challenges. So I just wanted to commend him through you, Chief, while you're here. Thank you.
And we out in Scarborough know Steve very well. So, Chief and your team, thank you very much for the presentation today, and thank you for taking all the questions that we had for you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Next up, we have TTC. Again, members, what I'm going to try to do, and let's see how the timing goes with the presentation and how long that is in questions. We may try to push through to get all questions done of TTC. Then we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll do the briefing notes. We'll take no more than a 5-minute break now, just as we transition to the next group. Can we have committee members come back to committee room 1, please? Great, we do have quorum. We'll begin with our TTC, and of course, the CEO and CFO are here, who we know quite well. So if you want to introduce yourselves, and to the newer members who may not know you, and then we can proceed. So what we'll do, committee, is it's about a 20-minute presentation, and if it's okay, it probably makes sense if we can get all the questions done for TTC before we break for a quick half hour, just to make it as a package, if we could do that. So we'll probably, I don't know, we'll go past 12:30. We'll figure out what the time is based on the questions. So, okay. Over to you, Rick.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crawford. Through you, Chair. Again, I'm Rick Leary. I'm the CEO of the TTC. So good morning, everyone, and thank you. The TTC is here this morning so that we can introduce you to the 2023 operating as well as 10-year capital plan as it was submitted and approved earlier this week by our board. I'm going to let you know this was an incredibly difficult process for us this year. You can only imagine. I have never seen anything like it. But what we are proposing, we believe, is a balanced approach, recognizing that our proposal provides significant amounts of service while carrying customer levels that date back to the mid-1980s. And you'll hear a lot of us talk about capacity to demand. Come March, we'll be looking at providing about 91% of capacity pre-COVID service. For today, we're carrying 68% of pre-COVID demand. We're also addressing our customers' desires for a safe, compassionate, and clean system in this report and for the 2023 budget. And because we recognize them as we listen to our customers, we know that 55% of the greatest portion of our ridership are women, and this is what they're telling us and what the needs are to feel comfortable on the TTC. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the TTC's Chief Financial Officer, Josie Levita, to provide the presentation.
Thank you, Rick, and good morning, Chair Crawford, committee members, visiting councillors, staff, and Happy New Year. So on behalf of the TTC, I'm here to provide an overview of our 23 operating budget, our 10-year capital plan, and also our 15-year capital investment plan, because these documents, together with our real estate investment plan, have guided our capital planning, our priorities, and our budgeting. So before we dive into the numbers, I have a few slides to give us a bit of a backdrop to those budgets. Okay, so our core mandate is, as the TTC, is to provide safe, reliable, seamless, and accessible transit services to those who live, work, and visit Toronto. And to that end, our base program, our conventional service, is made up of bus, streetcar, subway, and currently one rapid transit line, which is the SRT, as well as our Wheel-Trans accessibility service, all 7 days a week. And soon we will be responsible for the operation of Line 5, Eglinton, Line 6, Finch West, and at the end of the year, we'll be converting Line 3 SRT to bus as we decommission that service. Next slide, please. So our service objectives and outcomes have been laid out here, and they're based on those that have been established through our corporate plan. We currently have a plan that goes to 2022, and these have been used for this purpose, but we're currently under development with our staff and board on a new one, and so they guide our service priorities, which I'll highlight in a few slides. Next slide, please. So as we enter 23, we're seeing some of the following challenges before us. Clearly, the first one being the impact of COVID on us financially, as well as on our ridership. There is a value in this budget, about $336 million from the financial impact, but on the ridership side, we're also seeing that due to the hybrid work models, that ridership is down, and we'll go through that in a bit more detail. On-time performance with major construction, as we know, through the city and the traffic congestion, that has impacted our on-time performance and some of our service reliability, but we have a series of measures that I'll highlight shortly to address that. And then finally, keeping pace with our state of good repair backlog. It is accelerating at a rate that takes us from about $93 million in terms of what is not funded on an annual basis, up to about over $6 billion. Some of it has to do with our infrastructure, but much of it has to do with our vehicle maintenance and replacement program. Next slide, please. So our 23 service priorities that have been established here help us to meet our objectives and our outcomes, as I just identified, and also help us to address our key challenges. So as our core mandate, the priorities that have been identified here are those that focus on system safety, service demand, and reliability now and into the future. In recognition of our fiscal accountability, TTC is committed to doing its part, and so we continue to focus on modernizing and transforming how we deliver our front and back office functions. This budget reflects the results from our work in 22, commits us to continued implementation of this agenda, and also provides resources to help focus on ridership, revenue recovery, and our practices around long-term capital planning. So with a view to ensuring that TTC leads as an inclusive and accessible service provider and organization, these priority actions help support the expansion of accessible service, also tries to ensure that it limits the impact of the fare increase on those least that can afford it, and continues our delivery of diversity, gender, community outreach, and engagement. And finally, in order for us to ensure that we're adaptable and resilient in the future, these priority actions help prepare the TTC in the short term for expanded service delivery, obligations, examines how we think about our fare collection methods, and then more importantly, looks at some of our environmental actions in terms of ensuring that we can do our part in meeting our net zero targets and other sustainability goals. So our 23 budget and capital plan provides the funding to help meet those priorities. So at the high level, you can see here that our 23 operating budget has revenues of just over $1 billion. Our gross expenditures are almost $2.4 billion, resulting in a net amount of just over $1.3 billion. When you look at what makes up that, there's two parts. There's the impact from COVID of $366 million, and then the portion that would be the city funding of $959 million. And that $959 million, budget to budget, represents a $53 million increase, or 5.9%. You can see that there. And from our projection, it's a $132 million increase. When we look out to the future, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, what we're seeing is that green line continuing on. So we see continued impacts from COVID, as well as increases on the net subsidy that are required in each of those two following years. Okay, so let's just focus now on the 23 submission. So the budget we're presenting today realigns our service to match customer demand, and that's based on the ridership that's projected to be 75% pre-COVID experience by year end. But we are focusing on service reliability and customer service initiatives to help ensure that the service that we provide is the best service we can. It invests $7.1 million in new initiatives around safety, cleanliness, and accessibility. It incorporates almost $23 million in efficiency savings with no service impact. It does recommend a 10-cent fare increase, the first since 2020, and it's limited to adult and youth single fares only. So seniors, pass holders, and fare pass recipients fares are maintained at 2020 rates. It readies us for our new obligations on Line 5 and Line 6, as well as the change in our service on Line 3. And finally, it reflects the ongoing impact of COVID-19. Next slide. So on the gross level, it's $2.4 billion. 90% of it, of course, goes to our conventional service. We have added our new obligations into that, which represents about 4%, or a total of $84 million that's in the base, as well as $143 million, or 6%, for our Wheel-Trans requirements. So how is this funded? When we take together our passenger revenue, our ancillary revenue, and the reserves, which we would consider kind of direct funding, that represents about 45%. City funding is the $959 million recommended amount. Is the city funding is that portion, and then of course the third key component is the reliance on COVID relief funding to fill that gap. And then you can see on the right-hand side how that is split out in terms of the various cost expenditures, with 70% of our budget going to our workforce. Next slide. On a net basis, what we'd like to show here essentially is the incremental value of what is included in our base budget. So of the $53 million in additional funding for 2023, 10.4 or 1.1% is to fund the incremental needs on our base system, and almost $43 million or 4.8% is for the costs associated with our transit expansion and conversion requirements. And then finally, it's the COVID impact of the $366 million that takes us to the different elements of our budget. Next slide, please. So our 23 budget estimates are largely based on our 22 experience. So to understand what we've done for 23, just like to take a couple of slides to revisit 2022. So starting with our 21 year-end results and the best information we had at the time about the pandemic and the extent to which we could return to pre-COVID normals, we set our service demand with a high and a low range that's identified here on the slide. And so that was set. And then we set the budget, the ridership budget within that demand range that saw us going from 49% at the beginning of 2020, at the end of 2021, up to 81% by year end. And that was presented to our board last December. But then Omicron hit, and through last year's budget process, we actually adjusted that down based on what we all anticipated would be the impact of the Omicron variant. And so the revenue budget, the ridership budget dipped down, where we all thought that we wouldn't see an increase until Q1 2022, and then we thought this would then rebound in the latter part of the year. So what did we actually see? In the first half, because the Omicron variant impact was not as severe, we actually were exceeding what we had anticipated and got to about 60% by the end of Q2. And then in the last half of the year, though, what we saw was a leveling off of that. And so the rate of growth actually slowed down. And much of that, we believe, came from the fact that we had anticipated, based on the research we did, was that with employers, particularly in the downtown core, that we would see folks coming back into the office by about 3 times per week, but that frequency has averaged about 2 times per week, and that has continued. And as a result, our ridership was at 69% at year end, and our passenger revenue followed the same trend and ended up at about 67% by year end. Next slide. So a comparison of our user frequency pre-COVID and in 2022 provides us with some insights of customer return and travel patterns. And so if you look to the very left side of this chart, what we've identified in the 4 elements of that bar are the types of frequency, the level of frequency of their users, and that's pre-COVID. And so as we went through 2022, the blue group, which are those infrequent riders who use the system 1 to 4 times a week, through to the end of November, what we actually saw is it exceeded 2020 pre-COVID-19 experience. The orange group, which are occasional riders who use the system 5 to 8 times a week, by year end actually represented 86% of that particular group. And then the last two, which are the green and the orange, are frequent riders at 9 or plus days a week, and our monthly pass users were at 65% and 47% respectively. But when we actually look at the number of taps on the system, what we're actually seeing is that about 91% of the number of riders tapping in the year have actually come back to the system. But our ridership recovery is only at about 69%. And so essentially, the majority of riders have returned, but on average, they are riding less frequently than before, which is consistent with the hybrid work practices that we're seeing. So for 2023, building on our 22 experience, we have set the service demand range in a range of 70 in line with current experience to a high of 82. And our ridership budget has been set in the middle based on continued modest recovery that takes us to about 75% at year end. And that assumes the continued hybrid practice and commuter patterns that we have experienced. And so the revenue budget, as a result, will see 393 million riders. That will generate about the $932 million. Next slide. So given the ridership forecast, the 23... Okay. So given our ridership forecast that we just saw, 23 service has been aligned to match customer demand and travel patterns. Overall, this budget has set service hours at an average of 91% of those 2019 hours. It returns to pre-pandemic standards for peak periods and adjusts off-peak standards, but it also protects the transit network access, and that means that service operates on all corridors, all stops are served, service operates in all time periods for all trip patterns are protected. So it accommodates, and you'll see in a moment, 75% ridership plus. It adjusts schedules to reflect our actual operating conditions, and we've also reinvested some resources to ensure that there's service reliability. Next slide. So how does that compare? So based on our experience, as of November 22, our scheduled service that we actually put on the road was an average of 96, but you can see the breakdown by mode. Our actual demand was an average of 69. But you can see that as well by mode. So by year end 2023, what we are identifying is that average of 91, but clearly buses at 94, streetcars at 87, and subways at 75. And that 75 represents essentially and reflects there's less activity on the subway system. And when you compare it to our ridership budget, you can see that there's still capacity between the proposed service and the ridership budget that we anticipate. Next slide. So in addition, this budget has about 116 million in base pressures that are primarily driven by inflation. Diesel being the most significant at about 36 million increase, as well as a series of fixed items, including our collective bargaining, our contractual price increases, and those kinds of legislative requirements that that are prescribed in terms of their increases. Together, that's about another $56 million. As well as we have some other base service costs, as well as our service reliability. That's to ensure that our base system can continue. And then we add to that 7.1 million in targeted new investments. The first for system safety and cleanliness, and the second for system accessibility. That includes 10 additional streets to homes outreach workers, 25 additional special constables, and introducing new streetcar midday cleaning. On the accessibility side, we are targeting service improvements in some of our neighborhood improvement areas that include our key shopping corridors on weekend afternoons and improving our 50-minute overnight bus service. The final piece, which I believe you've already discussed in part, is funding the expansion of the Fair Pass program to residents who have an income of up to 75% of low income measure, and that's a one-time contribution on our behalf. Next slide. So when you take into account those financial implications of our service adjustment and the new investments, we ended up with 76.6 million in pressures. With the funding that's being made available to us for our base program of 10.4, that left 66 million in various strategies that we've undertaken, and you can see how they've contributed overall to bringing this budget to a balance. Next slide, please. As noted, one of the items that are in here is about 22.5 million in efficiency savings. These represent the results of our modernization and transformation program in 22, and this is part of ensuring that we're doing our part as fiscal stewards. What this also represents is 182 million in cumulative savings since 2019, and many of those savings have been used in the past to help improve service, avoid previous fare increases, and in 22 in particular, fully offset pressures to minimize our impact on the city's funding challenges. Next slide. As noted earlier, the TTC is taking on new service responsibilities, and this budget includes another almost $43 million to fund those obligations for the operation and maintenance of lines 5 and 6 and the conversion of line 3 to bus service by year end. And so while I won't go through all the details, but what this chart lays out is the service, our responsibilities, the status and funding required to do so for each new service change. Next slide. So as we look forward to the next 2 years, what we see is that transit expansion conversion costs significantly impact our budget in 2024, as well as base pressures that we will continue to see from essentially inflation and some additional costs. For 24, that's 111 million. For 25, that's another 44 million. But I think most significantly is what we anticipate is the financial impact of COVID continuing on to at least until 2025. Next slide. Okay, so let's turn to capital, and we'll present what we call is the funded portion of our 15-year capital investment plan. So the TTC is accountable for just over 22 billion in capital assets to deliver our services, and you can see that the asset types that we have range from tunnels to tracks to buildings and structures, rolling stock and fleet, equipment and technology. Next slide. And so in order to plan this work, we have 2 key documents that we have established. Making headway, the one on the left, is our 15-year capital investment plan, which was first introduced in 2019 and laid out our 15-year needs and identified what was funded, not funded, as well as what we introduced last year, which is a 15-year real estate investment plan that identifies all the real estate strategies and also aligns to our capital investment plan to ensure that it can be implemented. So these 2 documents are companion documents that guided the stewardship of our asset inventory. They're updated annually. They identify the needs, the interdependencies, what's funded and not, and it provides us with our roadmap of what we need and by when, and it allows us to take an integrated approach and lay out what our investment priorities and fundings are. And we have, as a result, seen benefits from this approach. So we've taken an integrated approach to these investments, and we have organized our priorities that bring together our fleet, our facilities, our systems, and our real estate needs so that our investments can advance in lockstep. And so in 22, we identified these 4 areas as our key priorities, and most of what's here have critical interdependencies that if one were to delay, it would jeopardize the larger program and investment. And as part of the 23 budget, these continue to be elements that we are working towards getting funding for. So just to close on the capital investment plan, it's currently at 38 billion, and you can see it's presented by mode as well as by project category. And of the 38 billion, the 10-year capital plan that's before you, 12.5 of it is funded. And so as a result, there is 25.5 billion that remains unfunded. And if you just watch the screen, you can see that what we are identifying here now, the darker shaded portions of that pie, identify the portion of each of those areas that funding exists. And when we look to the left, you can see that a lot of what we are focused on, of course, is the work that's required on our Line 1 and Line 2, but also our fleet. And when we look to the right, in terms of our project categories, clearly things like our state of good repair, which is only funded at 40%, but also our service improvement that's also funded at 24%. Next slide, please. So now to our 10-year capital plan. So this 10-year capital plan does make progress on funding some of those critical key priorities that we identified in 2022, which I just highlighted. And so it does maintain or improve our steady state for state of good repair by adding $750 million to the back end of the 10-year plan. We have topped up funding to provide the city's 1/3 share for subway car procurement. Allows us to also add the required funding for the infrastructure to support the interim Line 3 SRT bus replacement service. However, $59 million is still remains to be funded for the right-of-way conversion to busway, which we're working with the city on intergovernmental funding discussions to get that funding. Allows us to continue with our procurement of vehicles as well as advance our major capital capacity improvement projects. We have funded to date those cost escalations for in-flight projects, and finally allows us to continue our modernization program. So our 23 capital budget is $1.3 billion, and you can see how it's funded to the left. The city building fund and debt make up $741 million, or 55%. When you bring all city resource funding, including development charges and reserve draws together, that's $979 million, or 73%, that's funded by the city, with the province providing 9% and the federal government providing 15%. And on the right side, you can see the makeup of the types of projects for 2023. If we turn to the 10-year plan, the next slide, 66% is funded by the city, while 32% combined are funded by the province and the federal government. This is a departure, of course, from the days prior to the download, where 75% would have been funded by the province. And on the right-hand side, the $12.5 billion, we can see that combined the health, safety, and legislated and state of good repair program represent about 63% of this program, or $7.8 billion, with still a sizable amount, $4.7 billion, or 37%, focusing on service improvement and growth projects, essentially to provide capacity for the future in our system. The next slide provides an overview of our capital plan and how it's allocated by our key asset programs. And you can see that really at the bottom left there, the capacity improvement program represents 29% in the kinds of projects that they fund, with buildings and structures and our vehicles coming in second place at 23% respectively. Next slide. So this chart provides an overview of our capital spending by project category. The first really represents the cash flows annually for our health and safety program, and much of that really in the front few years reflects the spending that we are doing on the Easier Access program. The blue section is our state of good repair, and you can see how in the earlier years they're much higher and represent about just over $900 million in spending. But by years 21 by 2032, that's almost reduces to about half. And that's even with us topping up the back half at $750 million. And then finally, our service improvement and growth projects, the green portion, is primarily the projects that we're currently working on, the Bloor-Yonge, the capacity Line 1 and Line 2, and you see it peaking in 2028 as we plan on starting our construction there. Next slide, please. So in the absence of sufficient annual funding, TTC's SOGR backlog accelerates over the last 5 years. This chart provides the impact of underfunding And so if we look at the blue line, which is the funding that for state of good repair over the 5 years, the yellow line depicts the accumulated backlog for our infrastructure. And then when you add the red line, we layer on top the value of what we need on state of good repair for our vehicle overhaul and procurement backlog. And together, the final line brings those two amounts. And you can see how that accelerates. So in the absence of any additional SOGR funding, then our backlog goes from 2023 of $92.5 million, or 0.4% of our asset value, to almost 18 million, or 6.3 billion at the end of 2032. Next slide. So what is it that's not getting done? So this chart just provides a sense over the 10 years of the kinds of projects and needs that are not getting funded. So while health and safety continues to be an ongoing requirement, I'd like to draw your attention to our fleet purchase program. That's about 5.3 billion and reflects the fleet procurement and overall, the fleet procurement in the years in which those particular vehicles need to be funded. The purchase of buses reflects our ongoing replacement and electrification program, while the purchase of subway cars is focused on those that have almost reached the end of their 30-year life and need to be replaced. On our overhaul program, that is the maintenance program that once you obtain them, you need to maintain them. And so what we're seeing here is that we have funding in the first few years, but really we start to see an issue in the kind of latter part of the first 5 years and then through the end. And then, of course, we have service planning improvements, such as making sure that we're doing our bus lane implementation, some of our transit priorities, and then our Line 1 and Line 2 capacity enhancement programs, which are quite significant, require additional funding. In Line 1, if we were to procure those trains, we would need the new storage facility, and so that's reflected in there, as well as other kinds of improvements around traction power and upgrades. And in Line 2, that's about ensuring that yards and signaling are in place to receive our automatic train control and the trains on that line. Next slide. So this capital plan invests $312 million in 23 and a total of $575 million over 10 years that will help either reduce GHG emissions or improve climate resiliency. And you can see the projects that have been identified here. If we go to the next slide. Investing in transit realizes many benefits, and we can see the TTC is currently working with the U of T's mobility network to quantify benefits of investing in transit and the TTC specifically. And while our research isn't complete, I'd like to share some of the initial findings. So based on what's been approved in our 10-year capital plan for the purchase of 336 hybrid buses, 240 electric buses, and 10 Wheel-Trans electric buses, once they're in service, that will reduce just over 30,000 tons of GHG per year. If our green bus program was fully funded, then that would equate to 165,400 tons of reduction per year once in service. We know there are other key benefits, and we know that transit reduces traffic congestion. And Line 1 essentially has the capacity of 26 lanes of traffic and would require over 8 to 9 DVPs to replace that. State of good repair improves reliability, it reduces delays and the cost of lost productivity, and there are significant cost savings to transit users who switch from personal automobiles. That in itself also reduces GHG emissions, improves climate, air quality, and public health. And based on the federal cost, social cost of carbon, we estimate that the 10-year capital plan would save $1.5 million per year, and that's based on the current estimate of saving $50 per ton. We know that that's understated, and there's actually work in the U.S. that's looking at it as high as $300 per ton. Improving service expands opportunities to travel to jobs and training, and that were not otherwise accessible, and allows more people to access leisure activities and culture events. And finally, The economic modeling that we have done with U of T for the TTC finds that for every dollar invested in a TTC capital work, that it actually adds a dollar of GDP. For every dollar invested, it also provides $2.40 in additional economic activity. And for every $1 million invested, it creates 50 new jobs. So approval of this 10-year capital plan will add over $12.6 billion in additional GDP, almost $30 billion in economic activity, and will create 180,000 jobs. If we were to fund those critical priorities that we identified earlier, that would add an additional $8 billion in GDP, almost $19 billion economic activity, and themselves another 114,000 jobs. And if we were fortunate enough to fund our full 15-year capital investment plan, we would see that in itself create dollar for dollar an increase in GDP, almost 91 billion economic activity, and over 560,000 jobs. So in closing, I think we all can appreciate that a long-term investment in the TTCs is critical as ever. The COVID experience has clearly exposed the high dependency on the fare box as a key vulnerability that will challenge our ability to provide our safe, reliable, and transit service in Toronto. Equally, the SOGR backlog is growing at an accelerated rate for which funding in TT's infrastructure is critical. And while the funding required is significant, not just for today, but for our expanded service, we need to consider it an investment and not a cost, because investing in the TTC will accrue economic, environmental, and social benefits that extend beyond the city and contribute to the vitality and well-being of the region, the province, and the nation. And so, I think we all know that a multi-year, multi-pronged investment strategy is required that provides long-term predictable funding, really from all three orders of government, to help sustain TTC now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josie. We just need a quick motion to extend the lunch hour to finish the questions. TTC, we'll take a break, but we'll just extend until we can finish the questions. All in favor? We're just extending we're going to extend for about hopefully to take a break after we do questions. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Yeah. Ready to go. Okay. Councillor Perks, you're up first.
Thank you. If I understood your presentation, about half of the capital expenditure for the next 10 years is state of good repair, and about half of it is expansion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. If I also understand that at the end of the 10-year period, we'll be about $6 billion behind in state of good repair funding.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. To the city manager, in 1995, the TTC experienced a fatal accident at the Russell Hill garage on the subway line. There was a coroner's inquest into that, and the coroner's jury came up with a number of recommendations. Recommendation number 4 was that the province of Ontario and Toronto commit to a state of good repair funding policy, that repair is to take precedence over new works and expansion, and that future capital funding will be based on a state of good repair. Will you bring to wrap up a capital program for the TTC that achieves the obligations that the City of Toronto took on after the Russell Hill coroner's inquest?
Through the chair, I'll certainly go away and bring back the information you're asking. I can't answer that question right now, but I'll endeavor to go away and have some discussions about where we are related to that.
Okay, so we'll have a further conversation before wrap up about how the City of Toronto is going to meet the obligations it took on and agreed to, that the state of good repair would be the priority in funding for the TTC because there were safety implications there.
I'll bring back the information and we can see what the timing looks like, but absolutely we're going to work on it right away after this meeting.
Thank you. Last year, the City of Toronto approved a climate plan. There's a set of actions that are in the out years. We had discussions with the TTC about their capacity to meet those longer-term objectives. One of the objectives was a 50% increase in the amount of bus service that would be offered on arterial streets. We came, in discussions with TTC, I came to a figure that they would need 1,000 additional buses to achieve that and would need several new garages to host those buses. Does this capital budget provide for the necessary garages and fleet to meet those climate objectives?
Through the chair, the answer is no.
Pardon me? The answer is no?
No.
No. Thank you very much. Those were my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Ching.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to confirm, so we're not buying new buses, or there's a gap there that in the unmet needs of purchase of buses. Is that the purchase of green buses?
So through the chair, the capital plan does fund 336 hybrid buses. We have a plan for a minimum of 240. We have an application into the federal government for, up to another 100. And that's what the 10-year plan has. What have been identified are those that have not been funded.
Okay, so we're still
If you're looking
waiting.
at the unmet needs section,
And is there a calculation of the tons of greenhouse gases that we are not going to be reducing because of this funding gap?
So through the chair, if you looked at slide 35, which essentially is the difference between, the 165,000, if we had our whole program funded, that's what it would generate on top of the 30,000. So that's what we're hoping to achieve. That's their number.
Thank you. I noticed recently that the ads in the TTC are quite barren, and I'm wondering what is the difference in ad revenue from, and I know this is not a lot compared to the billions that you're weighing, but every penny is so important, between, let's say, 2019 and last year.
So through the chair, our ancillary revenues, which includes advertising, has been impacted by COVID.
Yes.
So we're down about 6 million in advertising, but we have a program that we're working on to augment that.
Yes, I hope to see full ads when I'm sitting on the TTC, because then I know some money is coming in. The other question I have is with regard to funding sources. So when I look at other cities, for example, Washington has a unique funding model where they are funded by subsidies from surrounding municipalities. What is the percentage of our ridership that is non-Torontonians?
I'll take that for you, Chair. It's about 12%. We know that the 905 transit systems bring about 4% into the TTC. Parking, get on about another 4%, and then go transit to take the TTC. So about 12% overall.
So is that based on tracking the usage of TTC parking, or have there been surveys done to get that number?
Through the chair, yes, there's a regular survey done by the TTC, the City of Toronto, and all the agencies around us and municipalities about every 5 years, and that's where we get most of that origin destination information.
Has there ever been an examination of potentially requesting subsidies from surrounding municipalities?
So through
I also noticed in other municipalities that sales taxes are also a source of revenue for the transit systems, and I'm wondering if that has ever been examined as a potential source of revenue for the TTC.
So through the chair, that's really a City of Toronto question, but there have been many attempts at revenue tools to help support a broader base of taxing ability. So like other, North American and international, they get state and federal funds, or they have their own taxing capacity, which we do not have in Canada, let alone here in Toronto.
What would you like to see in terms of alternative or added funding sources for the TTC? Because we really don't want this state of good repair to fall in such dire straits. What are some ideas that you have that would help us?
Through you, Chair. Right now, we're working with the federal government on the 2026 permanent transit funding that they're looking to have at $3 billion annually. It's for the country, obviously, and we're working with them on what the guidelines would be used. The intent of working closely with them today is to make sure that we can get them to do pre-approval rather than waiting for 2026. So we're trying to work with them and educate them on our capital investment plan, our real estate investment plan, on the overall needs of the TTC.
Sorry, and just one last question to our Chief Financial Officer. Is the possibility of a dedicated sales tax something that the city would consider in order to better fund our transit?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, we review revenue tools on an annual basis, and we actually look at the ability for the City of Toronto to do it alone versus needing the permission of other orders of government, and that's something that we would have to work with, and we do evaluate. But we do visit this on an annual basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take it into committee. I have Councillor Thompson to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the team from TTC, thank you. And Josie's always good to see you, and Rick, good to see you as well. Just want to ask questions around the end-of-life replacement for the SRT. I understand that there's going to be a need for about 70 buses per hour traveling from Kennedy up to the McCowan station. Does this budget allow for the required number of buses? Because this is happening at the end of the year, so I imagine it, either you're buying the buses now or the buses will be delivered shortly?
Through the chair, yes, this budget does. It includes enough resources to do everything we need to do to turn off the train system this fall and replace it with buses.
But on slide 28, it says that 59 million is still required for the right-of-way. So you're just looking at the bus piece, but not the right-of-way development as part of this, or will that come in 2024 or 2025? When will that take place?
Through the chair, it was always contemplated that there would be an interim bus service.
Right.
Later replaced by a conversion of Line 3 to a busway. This budget before you has all of the funds necessary for the interim bus service. The funding to build the busway has been identified in this budget as not available and not in this budget.
So when will the construction start with respect to the bus dedicated right away along the corridor?
Through the chair, when there is funding available to construct it.
And when was that going to be?
So, through the chair, that is subject to our discussions with the province. Essentially, this is something that when they took over the Scarborough extension, they were to, this delay, that delayed, the extension was delayed to continue this work, and so we're in discussions with them about actually funding that cost.
So I've heard 18 months, for example, that the bus right away will travel on Kennedy Road in Midland. So is that then a guarantee, or is that sort of a moving target? Because I think it would be helpful to have a clear understanding to the residents who are concerned with respect to the increased traffic on both those two routes. So what would I be telling them?
Through the chair, the interim bus routing on Midland and Kennedy, it will be used until the busway is built and available. The expectation always was that would take about 2 years to build the busway, and that remains the expectation of how long it would take to build it. At this point, there's no started date for the construction of the busway.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, thank you very much for that. May I then ask, with respect to the current media and overall concern about safety on the system, I wonder if you could explain to me what are the provisions and what actions are being taken to respond to the current challenges that the TTC is experiencing with respect to crime on the system, and obviously it's not new, but some of the sort of very sort of outrageous actions and things that are taking place are very much top of mind for many in the city.
Right, through you, Chair. As you recognize, the last few years during COVID has really highlighted the number of underhoused that are taking public transit, and we have had significant issues as of late. We've spent a lot of time in the last few years at the TTC working on a station management transformation plan, making sure we've used new technology to install for passenger intercoms on platforms, for instance, designated waiting areas on platforms, and messaging to customers everything we have. We've been putting CCTV cameras at every entrance so people can see themselves entering the station. It's like going into Walmart, for instance. When you see yourself, you're expecting people's behavior to be a little bit better. Through the end of 2024, we will have installed as many cameras that 90% of all subway stations will be visible and viewed. And we have 7 hubs that just opened up that we're actually going to put supervisors in, so we're always monitoring what goes on in the subway. So it's a lot of the information is being provided to customers about what we're doing. More recently, we've been putting more supervisors in the stations, bringing more of our customer service agents and collectors out so there's more visibility. The public being able to see someone for the sense of security, safety, information, someone to talk to. In this budget, as you've seen, before I talked about the budget, and during COVID, we worked very closely with the city to get streets to homes individuals to come in and help us. Our special constables do a wonderful job. We've been training them on mental health and how to interact with people, but that expertise that the streets to homes have helped us. We actually kept 4 of them, and we have 2 more coming in later on this month from the city, and this budget gives us 10 more to add so we can have that relationship with customers. That's what when I introduced originally, it's about safety and the relationship with people that there. So we're doing a lot with that, and obviously the special constables, so that visibility is being seen within the system.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Leary. Thank you.
Councillor Moise is next.
Thank you, and through the chair. So in your report, you stated that by the end of 2023, you'll be back to 75% capacity. Now, what steps are we taking to return to pre-pandemic levels, to 100%?
I'll take that through you, Chair. You know, we're having a lot of conversations with the city, I'll say the mayor's office, the chair, regarding outreach to the business community to have discussions about bringing people back to the city. We know that people, as Josie said, are working 1.7 to 2 days a week, and we really need people to come back to the city and take public transit to help bring the vibrancy back to the city. About 70% of the ridership during the course of the day is there. It's the off-peak where we're seeing up to 80+% of ridership. So we know the infrequent rider is coming back more than the frequent rider. So we really have to have that push. We have a marketing campaign. We're going to be on doing more television ads, right? Getting out in front, reminding the people of what we've done, the asbestos removal, the new ATC system. Line 1 runs a lot more smoothly with less delays than ever before. And so we want to tell people what we're doing, what we're investing in, the new electric buses, get people excited to say, let me get back on the system. So we're really focusing on that and the visibility of staff so they feel that comfort level.
So all the strategies that you're putting in place, when do you expect to be back up to 100% capacity? Because, I mean, you've given an outline as to when you expect to be back up to 75, but when you expect to be back up to 100.
Right, we do not have that number, sir. It really is the fortunate part of the city is the growth that's happening in the city, bringing people back, and a lot of cities don't have that. So we know with that growth, people will come back to the TTC. The time frame to be in 100%, we don't have that. It's all about advertising, the reliability improvements, and what we do to get people excited to come back.
Okay. So how much advertising revenue are we currently losing through empty available ad space? I know you said actually you said you were down 6 million when Councillor Chan asked her question. But in regards to perhaps utilizing those empty spaces, why aren't we taking this opportunity to temporarily fill them with promotions? For example, with the Fair Pass, TO Live, Toronto for All, and some other, perhaps even providing those spaces to small businesses, rather than having blank ad spaces throughout the system.
Through the chair, we do make space available in the ad system for community purposes, for city and for TTC purposes. We would have to check to see whether we could offer it for small businesses and whether that would conflict with the contract that we have with our advertising provider. We did strike a new contract with the advertising provider last year, which both reflects the general transit industry-wide reduction in advertising during the pandemic, but also sets us up, after some fairly modest investments, for a higher advertising revenue over the remaining part of the contract. So we feel we're in a good position with that contract since that renegotiation last year.
And if I could add to that, Chair, through you, we're also focusing on making sure that the TTC advertisements are there as we do hiring, diversity campaigns, safety campaigns, putting more spider maps up to make it easier for our customers to see how to navigate the system. So we're trying to take advantage of that while we're looking for more advertising.
Okay. And so I see you are investing $20 million from your 2023-2032 capital budget and plan into the implementation of digital advertising in the subway network. How much ad revenue do you expect to bring through this project? Because $20 million is a huge investment.
Through the chair, yes, it's an investment, absolutely, and it provides additional digital ads in almost every subway station. The first of those stations is under construction right now, or under installation right now, and the contract is structured such that us investing in that additional ads will then cause our advertising contractor to pay us more than the investment over the course of the contract. So we expect approximately double the investment of what we're putting into it. So $20 million to install, but probably about $40 million in additional ad revenue over the life of the contract.
Okay. Since I have a few more seconds left, I think I asked this question at the TTC budget meeting. But in regards to investing in Wi-Fi on our subways and our trains and our buses, is there space in here to actually invest in those things? Because again, it goes back to safety. I think people feel more comfortable, and it goes back to actually bringing people back onto the system, right? And I think those are one of the tools we can use to actually make that happen. So what are we doing to make that happen?
Through the chair, on our bus network, we are trialing Wi-Fi on 4 routes. In our subway system, we do, of course, have Wi-Fi in all of our subway stations provided by a contractor. That contractor, through the contract we have with them, is expected to make that more widely available to more telecom operators, and we currently expect them to do that. We are holding them to that as part of the contract. They have not yet done that. We did pass a digital connectivity strategy last year, which talked about how we need to improve the connectivity on the system, how that provides clear and important benefits for customers, and we'll continue to use that strategy to help guide where we go with better connectivity.
Thank you. Councillor Moise. Bravo. Thank you, Councillor Moise. Over to Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to start by asking about ridership. And, people's fears for safety have been indicated as an important factor. And so what's the scale of vulnerable people turning to transit for shelter? Can you comment on the impact of that? Just because we've heard from this week from chiefs of emergency departments that hospitals are actually giving out tokens that they purchase with the money that the hospital foundations have provided them, so that people, when they're being released from emergency departments, either because they're seeking shelter or for an injury, they're being sort of directed right onto transit as a kind of a solution, as an interim shelter solution.
Through you, Chair, what I'd say is, the TTC is the microcosm of society, right? And what we're seeing, especially in the winter, is the migration of individuals back into the subway system. And we've seen this in the past. What we focus on is helping those individuals with streets to homes coming in, for instance. At night, we actually go around the system, making sure that we can help these people find housing where possible. But we do know that the challenges with housing, and a lot of times now we're focusing on bringing people downtown. Spadina Subway, for instance, Union Station, right? Bringing people downtown. We don't put anybody out in the cold. We have people stay the night. And Streets to Homes now is assigning people on the all-night shift for us to come in to try to help them. So we're working very closely with that, but we don't leave people in stations, we don't lock them in stations, but we do try to do everything we can to help them get to the locations that they need to get to.
I understand that at the end of the night, when the route is done, sometimes there are people that remain on buses. That must create a financial pressure on the TTC.
It does happen, and what we do is about at 11 o'clock at night, we really ask our supervisors and our employees to kind of sweep the stations, sweep the terminals, even look at the buses to make sure it's reported so that our special constables can respond. Those special constables have telephone numbers for all the major programs within the city area, and they call out themselves to get that assistance.
Thanks. At the commission meeting, Councillor Moyes tried to ask for ridership data and a rationale in addition to details of proposed service hours and route service changes. During the budget process, or before we finish this process, will we receive information about changes to service, including any cuts, like where, when, and how much? When can we expect that?
Through the chair, yes, we expect to have a draft list of the service changes for our March scheduling period available next week.
Okay. And I notice you don't use the word cuts, but I'll say that we're going to be looking for cuts. So TTC Riders was also at the commission and talked about something that really has been talking about something that really matters to me. I am a TTC rider. I take transit all the time, so I'm speaking as a user of the service my whole life. Is that less service is less safety. My own experience is that some of the reactions of frustrated riders is because of delays and disruptions, short turning, or the sardine effect on the Dufferin bus, which, by the way, if you don't know, is probably the most used bus route in North America, you've estimated before. So what would you say is a number of altercations among riders or with transit workers resulting from overcrowding, which still happens, and also because of the disruptions of service?
Through you, Chair, that's a difficult question to answer, to be honest with you. And that's why you see when we talk about focusing on the reliability of the service and matching capacity to demand, we don't want to leave anybody behind or anybody stranded, right? We're trying to place vehicles at locations so we can carry everybody and not to be overcrowded, and that's the focus. We're going to have about 23% more capacity than the demand warrants later on this year, right? So that's how we're focused on moving the vehicles around to make people comfortable on this system, but not leaving cutting any routes, eliminating any time bans, or leaving people on the street because the capacity is too high.
So I'm running out of time, but so since the start of the Fair Enforcement and Special Constable program, are you able to estimate what's been spent by TTC on legal fees and awards to claimants who brought claims against officers or people charged with this program?
Through you, Chair, we'll have to get back to you with anything like that. We don't have that readily available.
Okay, and then finally, on ridership, I understand you've been studying the impact of ride sharing, so Uber and Lyft on ridership in Toronto for about a year. Do you have any findings you can share? I mean, I've seen an estimate, a conversion of 31 million transit trips to Uber and Lyft trips just in 2019. So I think it's a piece of the puzzle of what's happening in the city is that people aren't taking transit, but they're taking rideshare, which results in congestion on our streets. So really want to know about that, if that's possible.
Through the chair, we don't have a detailed number available on that. You're absolutely right. It is something that has impacted the transit industry all around the world. We suspect it's probably a bit less of an impact now, but we can provide what information we have shortly. We are also continuing to work on that, as you suggest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just noted that, I just went through your deck again, I didn't see any mention of, so the fare increase you're recommending is 10 cents, 10-cent increase, correct? Now, I didn't see any mention here with respect to seniors, and I see that there's a Fare Pass program expansion, and I want to ask you something about that. What are we doing for seniors? I understand you're freezing the senior fares?
Yes, so through the chair, I believe it was in the highlights.
Was it?
Yeah, 10-cent fare increase for adult and youth only, seniors, Fare Pass recipients, and pass holders. Their fares are frozen at 2020 rates.
All right. What are those rates currently, the 23 rates?
So the single fare will go up from 325 to 335.
The increase and
Answer.
Yeah, sorry.
and the seniors rate?
The chair, the single fare for adult will go from 320 to 330.
Yep.
When paying on Presto, or on cash 325 to 335. But seniors will remain at 225 on Presto and 230.
225 on Presto and cash?
Cash will be 230.
230. Why would you make it? Anyway, okay. That's what that is. Now, just wondering, other municipalities, I know I just heard that Brampton has found a way of providing seniors free ridership. And they did that earlier not this year, last year, I think around March last year. Are you aware of that at all?
So through the chair, yes, we heard that happened, and there are other small municipalities that have done similar actions.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it's encouraging to see that we're not raising the senior fares, but I'm hoping that we could discuss other options for them in future budgets. Another question with respect to the Fare Pass program, the expansion. So how are we making the 50,000 additional low-income residents? Is that the right number, 50,000 additional low-income residents eligible?
Through the chair, perhaps I can help you with that, Councillor Crisanti. So through the expansion through 2 million, that will mean 50,000 new riders would be eligible. Our experience with Fare Pass suggests a 30% uptake. So we anticipate, starting in June this year, that we would have about 8,000 to 12,000 people actually take advantage of Fare Pass, new users, and then 15,000 in 1 year.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to safety, needless to say, this was obviously escalated concerns about riding, and safety issues for passengers. I get a lot of those calls up in my own area, and people are opting to drive versus taking the TTC because of fear for their safety. So I'm also encouraged to see 25 additional special constables. 25 on top of what? So what would that bring the total number to?
Through the chair, the total number of special constables would be about 140.
140. Does that provide you enough special constables? Because I believe visibility is key. That provide you enough on a 24/7 basis, or at least in, at this point, crime is so brazen that it happens at any time of the day. So does that provide you, once you have the additional 25 constables in place, so 24/7 coverage in terms of visibility? And if not, where do you need to be to make that happen?
Through you, Chair. Right now, when you heard the announcement, it was about 50 new hires and 25 new on top of the 25 vacancies. I'm very comfortable when we get that number to about 140, it'll give us a base to then further assess where we go. I'm also very concerned for our employees as well, and that's why, we brought the union presidents to the table and had these discussions and told them, and we got agreement with them on this is a good start.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Nunziata.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So the project Transit TO on Jane Street, and Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Perutz and I, we've been having committee meetings. Is it in the budget?
Through the chair, yes, the capital budget includes monies to design and proceed with the initial stage of construction of essentially one rapid TO corridor per year.
And that, right now, we're going through the consultation process and the notification, so that's for this year?
Through the chair, that is correct, yes.
Okay, because I didn't see it during the slide, so. Okay. I thought he was going to talk more. Okay. So the Mount Dennis Garage, there's a public meeting coming up in a couple weeks. Can you tell me exactly what we're doing at the Mount Dennis Garage?
Through you, Chair, as we prepare this year, we've worked the OPG to electrify our bus garages for the upcoming electric buses that we're procuring. So we're ahead of the buses coming in. It's an electrification project for all garages.
So the meeting is to expand the parking?
That's correct. There's a wall there, as you know, with some and there's
Yeah.
grass area on the other side. As we take up a portion of the existing parking for the electrification systems to be put in place, similar to what you would see at Arrow, for instance, we need to move some of the parking over into the other side.
Yeah, it's just that the notices were sent out, and so there's a community meeting coming up.
Yes.
Yes, TTC would be at that meeting.
Yes, we will.
Yeah. So my last question is the honor system. So do you know how much loss in revenue we've had from the honor system?
Through you, Chair, a few years ago, we had the auditor come in and do a review. They said we were losing about $60 million a year overall, with the greatest portion of up to 20%, I believe. I'll look at Steve and give me a nod, yes or no, about 20% on the streetcar because of the honor system. We're in the process right now of working with a couple of professors from the University of Toronto, as well as an outside consultant. We're going to reestablish the ticketing on the streetcar.
Yeah.
I'm going to say within a month or so, but we're doing a campaign and advertising and educating. Once we make sure that all of our fare inspectors and special constables are properly trained, and that the data we collect can be reviewed on an annual basis to make sure that we're not ticketing the wrong people.
Right, so it's usually on the streetcar, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have a question myself. I can't remember what slide it is, but your 10-year capital plan, from what I recall, at the front end of it, it was probably doing quite well, but the latter part dipped considerably for the last part of the 10-year plan. Part of this budget is a increase of the city building fund to extend, I think, to 2035. Which will bring in about $1.6 billion. So does your budget account for an increase in the city building fund, or is this something that when the budget's done, we'll look at increase, and we'll have to figure out what the increase in your 10-year capital plan will be, based on, because it goes to affordable housing and transit. I just want to make sure that the slide you showed doesn't indicate any increases in the...
So through the chair, this was developed before that understanding, and so we'll be working with Mr. Conforti, if he has anything to add.
Yeah, through the chair, I think the extension of the city building fund predominantly helps us in the back end of the 10-year capital plan. It's also allowed us to address some of the increased cost of borrowing that we're seeing this year to be able to preserve and maintain the level of city building fund. And to the TTC's comments, we will continue to work with TTC and our housing secretariat on leveraging capacity that we have available in the back end of the plan, given the extension.
Thank you. No, because the back end of the plan was low, but it'll actually be better depending on how we manage. Okay, great. Committee members, Councillor Jamal has come in. He's coming in from the TRCA. He has asked if I could just sort of vary things, just to allow him to ask for questions. Okay, Councillor Jamal Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair. So first question, is the TTC planning on advertising on transit, one, the Fare Pass eligibility, and two, the shutdown of Line 3?
Through the chair, yes, we will certainly be telling our customers about the ending of train service in Line 3, absolutely. When it comes to the additional Fare Pass eligibility, yes, we will be telling our customers about the changes to that program, as well as all of the other changes to our fares coming up in March, April.
So through the chair, do you have a date as to when that will be for both the Fare Pass and the Line 3 shutdown?
Through the chair, all of the customer information about a fare change, which would include the Fare Pass information, generally comes out a couple of weeks before the fare change. The Line 3 train closure is currently planned for mid-November, and so we would start customer information for that in time for that.
Thank you. Through the chair, the plan is to have 70 buses per hour to replace the Line 3 going into Kennedy, if I'm not mistaken. And I haven't seen any physical updates to the infrastructure at Kennedy to actually accommodate that many more vehicles. And I'm sure, as you know, Kennedy is quite crowded already. So can you explain what the plan is to accommodate those additional vehicles?
Through the chair, yes. This capital budget includes sufficient funding to make substantial increases in the sizes of the bus terminals at both Kennedy and Scarborough Centre Station, and those are required to handle that additional 70 buses an hour that you mentioned. This budget also includes funding for transit priority measures along the roadways that the buses will take on their interim routing to get between Scarborough Centre and Kennedy. At Kennedy in particular, we'll be constructing a new additional bus terminal in what is now the South Car Park lot.
Through the chair, do you have a time frame as to when that construction will start?
Through the chair, both of the construction projects are going through the tendering and awarding process right now, and we anticipate that work to happen without any delay throughout this summer and be ready well in time for November.
Thank you. So through the chair, do you anticipate that all of the TTC projections anticipating that all of the riders currently using the SRT are going to continue to use the SRT once the SRT is shut down, so that you'll have like a one-to-one comparison? Or are you anticipating that more of those workers will decide to work from home?
Through the chair, we would expect a small reduction in ridership along that corridor when you replace a very frequent train service with a very good but still a bus service. However, we don't expect that to be a very large number, and in fact we are planning to provide even more bus capacity than would be required to simply replace the capacity of the trains in order to err on the cautious side.
Thank you. And just while we're talking about erring on the cautious side, through the chair, is the plan to have the 70 buses per hour operate in mixed traffic, or are you having dedicated lanes to operate those buses so that they arrive on time and they're not interfering with traffic?
Through the chair, we long identified that we want the best transit priority possible for that interim bus routing. We are currently finishing our discussions with city transportation planning staff about that, and we fully anticipate we'll have a very good plan for transit priority on that interim bus routing.
Through the chair, so does that mean that you will have a dedicated bus lane? Because throughout the TTC operating note, it's referred to as an express shuttle service.
Through the chair, we're looking at all kinds of options, including queue-jump lanes, transit signal priority, and red-painted bus lanes. The current anticipated solution is going to be largely red-painted bus lanes.
So just to confirm, that will be a dedicated bus lanes for the duration of the shuttle service, which will be approximately 10 years.
Through the chair, that is the anticipated plan for the interim bus service. And so the city will be bringing forward a report asking for the formal approval of reserve bus lanes in the near future. And those reserve bus lanes we anticipate would be used until Line 3 train infrastructure is converted to a busway, or if that does not happen, until the Line 2 extension opens.
Thank you. And final question, do you have the retention rates for TTC special constables and fare inspectors, as we are currently in the midst of hiring more?
Through the chair, we do not have that information available right now, but we will provide it next week in the form of an updated briefing note.
Thank you very much. And one final point, the TTC has promised to provide additional service to neighborhood improvement areas. North Scarborough, unfortunately, due to the allocation of NIA designations, has several neighborhoods which are actually poorer than a lot of the NIAs, but they don't get the designation. So when the TTC does that equity impact, can you please account for that with respect to the 240 weekly service hours which will be made on prioritized routes? So specifically looking at the 85 Shepherd East, 985 Shepherd East Express, 53 Steeles East, and 39 Finch East.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rick, Josie, and your entire team. We're not, hold on, we're not done yet. I know you're eager to go for lunch, but, so thank you very much. Appreciate your time here today. Members, again, for those who have been here before, we normally give one last opportunity, which has been a practice at the Budget Committee, for any last-minute questions on the overall budget. It's something we've been doing, we do every year. I know Councillor Perks has asked if he could ask, briefly 2 questions. These are just any overall questions that may not have been answered. It's something, practice we've always done, so I'll just, outside councillors, Councillor Perks. Then we're going for lunch for a half hour.
Yep, and I'll make this as fast as I can. 2 things that I want to understand. First, in the proposed budget, we show the revenue from the land transfer taxes being the same this year as last year at 947 I'm just looking at TD's most recent forecast. They're forecasting the lowest house prices since 2001 and a decline in sales volume of about 20%. So both of the elements, price and volume, significantly declining. Other banks have made similar statements. Is the LTT coming in at the same amount next year justifiable?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, in actual fact, we have exceeded our 2022 MLTT threshold. And we are confident based on the trend that we have seen over the last 6 months and that forecast taking us into 2023. We've done detailed analysis that we are comfortable with what is in the budget.
Okay, it's just that the actual budget documents you've given us show projected it as 947 and next year is 947.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, Councillor, we have looked at the actual results for 2022, which is higher than that. We have, in actual fact, absorbed a softening. And if you recall, we did pivot so that only a portion of that amount is actually funding the operating base. The rest of it actually funds the capital plan, so that if there was a sensitivity in that amount, it would not be the operating plan that's impacted.
It would be the capital plan. Thank you. To the city manager, last summer, council approved a motion directing you to produce a long-term financial plan to be available to council before we debated the 2023 budget. Are we going to get that by wrap-up?
So through the chair, the plan is not going to be here before wrap-up. We are in the final stages of the work, but I expect it would be by the end of Q1? By the end of Q1 and early Q2 before it's going to be in front of council.
That's too bad. Your predecessor told me it would be here the day councillors were sworn in.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, why don't we break? It's 1:15. If we can come back, let's make it 2 o'clock. If we for 45 minutes, that'll be good. We'll be back here at 2 p.m. And we'll deal with any speeches and briefing notes, and then we'll be done. Recess till 2 p.m.
And you can do a concluding speech on what you think is in the budget.
But you have to be on budget committee to do a motion. You have to be on budget committee to do a motion.
Do we want to make a
Yeah,
speech?
Alejandro moves it on your behalf.
Okay, I think we have everybody here. Okay, I think we are ready to begin. We do have quorum. Before we start, I was going to request that the city manager just make some comments on the briefing note process that we are about to make decisions on. If we can have everybody just be quiet, please. We're about to start.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And I think at the end of yesterday, just as we were wrapping up quickly and getting out after a long day, I thought it was helpful to put in context the role of staff when it comes to these briefing note requests. We absolutely review them in terms of what's happening, because obviously staff will have to provide that information. We do not approve or reject briefing note requests that comes through. That's this committee's job to do. What we do, however, do is provide context for what is possible. We have about 2.5 business days to turn these around next week before they're due into financial planning for their final say-so, and then off by noon on Friday to clerks so they can be posted the following Monday. So there are occasions where briefing note requests contain information that may fall into one of two categories. One is it's more policy or strategy work, which obviously takes much more time than we can turn around in a couple of days, or it's a size request that is simply too large for the time that we have. So we provide that feedback, and then it's up to you to see how it goes. And that's the way it's worked in the past, but I just thought it was helpful for me just to share that with the committee. And in no way do we simply say that's a reject or that's an accept. That's not the role we play here. But I hope you can understand that we've got a lot of people working very hard to get you good information, and I just want to make sure we don't overwhelm them with a request that means you won't get the quality of information that you need in those notes. The good news is that the vast majority of what's requested, we're able to turn around as we do each year, and it's the best information we have at our disposal. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. Okay, so what we do now, this is an opportunity for speaking. So, Councillor Crescenti? Sure.
In lieu of briefing notes, and I understand, you know, the 2 days to turn things around, that's a tight time frame. For the smaller requests, I'm wondering if I don't know who all the briefing notes are from, would just a quick phone call suffice to address an issue possibly? Or you prefer not to do?
So through the chair, there's a number of ways we can get information, and obviously we're always available to provide that, as we say, offline. I think what I'm just trying to stress is it's more the other side, that sometimes the requests dip into what is a broader policy or strategy type discussion we need to bring back that's going to require a lot of analysis. So yes, you can remove some things and say, hey, I'll just talk to you about it offline. We're always happy to do that, or receive some information offline. Mm-hmm. But it's really more the other way, to be honest, Councillor, that on occasion, we just provide information that says we're not going to be able to provide that level of detail because it's more policy or strategy related work in just a couple of days. And we also have to watch that we're not dipping into the good work that would happen at the committee level with those types of strategic discussions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, process-wise, typically we'll go to outside councillors. If there's anybody who wants to speak, we'll bring it into committee. An opportunity for councillors to speak, and primarily moving whatever motions or briefing note requests, motions that you have, and then we'll vote on them after that. Any speakers, outside councillors? Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have forwarded to Councillor Bravo a number of the briefing note requests that I've been discussing as we've been going, so I'm not going to put them here. I'll allow her to move them. But some general comments. First, I think there's a process hurdle that we've hit here. The city manager started to address that. And I think it's very important that we take a moment and recognize what he said, but also recognize the context that exists in.
the way government works is that the public elected body of people that represent them and make decisions for the future, and that the city manager and his team implements it. And if we decide that we need the public service to investigate a question, it is entirely within our rights to do so, and I'm glad the city manager acknowledged that. Where the objection has come, and always has come, is that I think this committee should feel free to approve all the briefing note requests, and if the city manager feels that he can't deliver that, the briefing note response is, we attempted to do this and didn't have the time, rather than the chair making recommendations that briefing note requests not be approved, and then using staff capacity as an excuse. I think having the city manager reply he's unable to meet that request in writing is a more transparent, more democratic, and fairer way to do it. So I hope that's the approach taken this time. In terms of the budget generally, I want to thank the city manager and Ms. Taylor and Mr. Conforti and their entire team. It is, many have said it, we haven't faced a challenge like this probably since the first budget after amalgamation, when they tried to figure out how to take 7 different municipalities and make them one. So it has been a remarkable and remarkably difficult time. And I know there have been a few moments where, little cracks have appeared, and that's just to be expected. And I'm never going to agree with you on your forecast for the land transfer tax, but that's just life. I want to acknowledge some of the conversations we've had about the Mura program, and I'm very hopeful that the response to the request that Councillor Bravo is going to make solves the problem that we highlighted there. In general terms, I think this budget shows that the City of Toronto does not have a sustainable funding model to deliver the services that we know we need to provide and that Torontonians are demanding of us. And that's why I'm so profoundly disappointed that a request from Council well over 6 months ago that there be a long-term financial plan presentation available, and the original commitment that was made on the floor of Council was in the welcome package to councillors when they got elected as Chapter 1. That's literally what the previous city manager said he would do. I know that's a lot to ask for, but quite frankly, we're going to be constrained in the solutions that are available to things like housing people, to things like making sure that your bus arrives on time, to things like making sure there isn't garbage in our parks, the things that people tell us they want solved. We're not in a position to solve those problems because we don't have the tools to address our structural deficit and the fact that other orders of government dump unfunded mandates on us, right? Constitutionally, it's the province of Ontario that required to provide health care, and that includes mental health care, and they simply don't. I don't feel that I can just pass that buck back to them. I feel that if they're refusing to do it, we have to find a way to do it. And that means that they have to give us the financing tools to take on their mandates. And I hope that this administration, this council, and this public service approach next year's budget, when we have a little bit more time, and hopefully the long-term financial plan in hand, with that mandate in mind. That we aren't going to wait for the federal and provincial governments to sort out their nonsense on housing and their nonsense on who provides health care and whether or not the provincial government forwarded all the money that the federal government gave for COVID to municipalities or not. Someone who is sleeping on the Dufferin bus when it pulls into the garage at night doesn't care about those things. It's our job to care about those things and to solve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any Councillor Chang to speak?
Through the speaker, thank you. This is my first rodeo of Budget Committee as a guest councillor, and it's been very insightful, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness, and I imagine a lot of work on all the departments to put these numbers together. I wanted to just comment as a new councillor coming out of elections, the timeline for us to learn and wrap our head around billions of dollars is very steep. So we got the budget Tuesday afternoon to look through, and we had to be ready for 2 days later, in addition to whatever other work we are doing. So I don't know if there's a way to revisit how this timeline works, but I think that we need a longer ramp so that we have some time to not just wrap our head around the numbers, but also get to know the process, because it was very opaque and then suddenly it became clear, but there was no time for us to adjust. We were planning a Budget 101 webinar, I think the day that the schedule came out. So just to say, if we really want to engage our community, because that is my passion, why I'm here, I want to make sure people feel like they have a chance to participate in this process. I'm encouraging my constituents to depute next week, but if the timeline is compressed, it means that our ability to educate and inform our constituents is seriously restricted. The other epiphany that I have had during this time of budget talks is similar to what Councillor Perks is saying, is that it's shocking to me that we do not have stable, committed funding from our provincial and federal government. There's so many things that we have to base our budget on assumptions, and the fact that our affordable housing at $48 million, that means $4 million a month. We're now approaching the end of January, we haven't passed a budget and we haven't gotten a commitment from the provincial government. How many millions will we be in before we have to decide, oh, we can't afford this? And then what happens to the affordable housing the supportive housing that we've already built? So to me, somehow we need to work together to make sure that when we hit these gaps in our city, when our people are saying, why is this happening? We have to make sure they know that part of the problem is that our provincial and federal government are not meaningfully committing to funding a world-class city. If we want this to be a world-class city, it can't just be us trying to cobble together a way to make this pass, because that's how this budget feels to me. It feels like we're just cobbling what we can and really sending our mayor to go and beg for further finances from other levels of government. That can't be the plan. It has to be something stable and something that is clear, that 10-year plan of how we're going to finance the future of our city. And the growing debt that we have in state of good repair, I'm afraid of the future that my kids are going to inherit if we don't get a hold of this growing state of good repair. So I hope that we can work together and really amplify that provincial and federal government have to meet us at the table, and we need stable and committed funding to make sure that Toronto can be the great city that we all know that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any visiting councillors want to speak? Oh, Councillor Sachs. Yeah, you're right. Here we go. Sorry, Councillor Sachs,
Yes,
you're
thank
online.
you.
Go ahead.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I want to first agree with and support the comments of my two colleagues. We are in a situation where the city, according to its own budget, if everything goes perfectly, is on track for massive deterioration over the next 10 years. And every year we get further into that hole will be harder and harder to get out of, more and more expensive, more and more disruptive. Absolutely, we need more provincial governments, but also we need to be putting on our big boy pants and raising the funds that we can. This city has raised property taxes less than inflation for 12 years consecutively. That means there's been less money every single year, and we have not used the revenue tools that we do have. There are only two, from my understanding, two major revenue tools aside from the property tax that we can levy ourselves without having to go on our knees to the province, and those are parking levies and a graduated land transfer tax, so that the very high value properties. Urging the members of the committee to ask for briefing notes on those two things and to move a motion that we should be raising those funds. The parking levy alone would be enough to at least make a dent in the problems that we just heard about and the enormous financial and human health benefits of those investments. They won't happen unless we take action. This is our responsibility. It's on our watch, and we're not doing our job if we let the city continue to go into the toilet this way. So I urge the members of the committee, take action so that we do raise these additional revenue sources, which are desperately needed for the future of the city and which will save enormous amount of money going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other visiting councilors? Councilor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. So I just want to say, and I echo the comments of my colleagues, that I think it's quite evident that this budget shows that we are in a lot of trouble as a city, and that if we are going to build the type of city that we all want, that we are going to have to make some difficult choices and trade-offs, including how do we fund, you know, the city that we all want, the city that we all aspire to, the city that a lot of us remember, you know, how Toronto was back in the 90s, early 2000s. And I think my colleague, Councillor Chang, hit the nail on the head. We don't want our mayor to have to go cap in hand every year to Ottawa or Queen's Park begging for money. We are, you know, one of the wealthiest cities in the world. We are the fourth largest city in North America. And, you know, this annual right where mayors from, you know, Mel Lastman all the way to Tory every year have to make this annual pilgrimage really hampers our ability to plan for the future. It really hampers our ability for our citizens to engage in the process in terms of what type of city they want, what type of services they want. And as a council, what level of taxation are we willing to live with in order to provide the services that we all know our residents want? So thank you to the staff for, you know, preparing the very helpful budget presentation. And I really hope that, you know, this is a watershed moment in Toronto's history where we have that conversation of how do we finance and build the city that is climate resilient, the city where kids growing up can aspire to owning a home, starting a family, a city where, you know, we're proud to show it to the rest of the world because, you know, our roads aren't falling apart, our garbage bins aren't overflowing. That's the kind of city that we all want, and I'm really looking forward to, you know, having that conversation as this term of council begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll take it into committee now. I'm going to speak first, if that's okay, as chair. First of all, I want to thank all city staff, agencies, divisions, all across the all across the city on the work that they've been doing over the last couple of months. Now, we saw a lot of people, a lot of budgets in the last 24 hours, and the work that goes in, and we want to thank the committee, of course, for the amount of work that you have done in trying to absorb a lot of this information very quickly, especially some of the newer councils, and I understand, I was there once too. And the challenges you face with that. But on the city side, the work that they have done, we whipped through a lot in one day yesterday, where in years past it has been two. Because of it's an election year, there are some challenges. But I want to, again, thank city staff everywhere for the incredible work that they have done in bringing to us a really concise, you know, budget for us to consider. This is my 9th budget that I have been chairing as the budget chair. And in many respects, it's a very similar process that we have been doing every year as we tinker with it here and there. But when you're looking at the time aspect of this, for an election year budget, this is very similar. Things will change next year when we have more of an opportunity to delve deeper into the budget much earlier. But again, because of an election year, we are challenged, and I respect the amount of work that the new councillors have done in a very short period of time trying to get caught up. So thank you for that kind of work. We will have more time to have that kind of conversation that we'll be having next year. With regard to the briefing notes, I have a motion, by the way. I apologize for some briefing note requests. And I won't go through them all. There's a number of them, but the chair or the clerks will just run through them. With regard to the briefing notes, it has been the practice of this committee to allow, when you do briefing notes, to allow staff to review them. As the city manager has pointed out, there are rationales behind that, because there have been years we've had 40, 50, 60 briefing notes coming before us, and they may have had a couple of weeks, but there's no way that they can get these things done. And it was a courtesy to staff that we began this process to allow city staff to be able to review them. And they have, and as I said, this is up to the committee to make any determinations or to decide whether or not they're going to be moving forward with any of these. And I want to remind committee members and outside councillors who are here, briefing notes are supposed to be what they said, brief. They're supposed to be germane to the budget at hand. You draw information from the analyst notes, you draw information from the questions, and if those questions aren't answered, briefing notes are supposed to be used to gain that extra bit of information that you need when we start making decisions, and that decision will be happening in about a week and a half. But again, it is the committee's right to say yes to a motion. It's the committee's right to say no to motion for whatever rationale you want. You have heard from city staff on why they do this, and I want to thank them that. But there are many factors going into these briefing notes. There will be some that I'll be supporting, some that I won't be supporting. Usually it's the vast majority of motions I do support, and we'll see where the committee goes. But again, that is why we do this, because we want to ensure, I do not want to put the ability or the burden, frankly, on staff to come back to us in another 3 or 4 days, knowing full well, because what they'll do, they'll be working 24 hours a day for 3 or 4 days, and then they'll be coming back saying, we just can't do that. That's still not fair to staff to suggest that they have to attempt to do that. So I'll be supporting most of the motions, but I won't be supporting all of them as we go through. And again, we do have that opportunity to continue asking questions at City Council to gain more information. So, and again, I want to thank the councillors and frankly all the councillors who have put the motions in play. From my perspective, this is a good budget. We know the challenges that we are facing as a city, and they've been brought up by some of the comments. 9 years I've been doing this. This is the most challenging budget I have had to do, along with the mayor and along with city staff, to be able to, balance a budget, trying to, protect frontline services that we have done, trying to keep property taxes as low as possible, having some targeted investments that we need to be doing as a city, and they're in this budget. When you're looking at community safety, when you're looking at emergency services and increases to the Toronto TTC, to the police, looking at the nuts and bolts of our services that we're providing and ensuring that we're providing the right kind of services. Recognizing the challenges that we do have, and they are enormous. Yes, there's a responsibility at the other two levels of government, but what I can say is that we have asked every year. Every year we have the same conversation, and every year we have, we don't hear anything from the other two levels of government. What we need to be doing is putting a budget in place that is practical for the rationale of the world that we're living in. At some point, those conversations will materialize. We'll have more ability to look at other revenue tools, but we can't sit to work in a vacuum. Until that happens, we need to continue working at what's real in front of us. So on that, thank you very much again for everybody for the work that you've done so far. We're about halfway through. Next week, we're going to be having public deputations. After that, we'll have one more meeting of the committee, and then it'll be off to City Council. So again, thank you for all the work that you've done. Okay, other committee members who would like to speak? I'll do Councillor Moyes and then Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This reminds me of my university years. Late nights, early mornings. Last night was a marathon, and it brought back some bittersweet memories for me. But I take solace in knowing that next year will be a little bit easier. I know because we're coming out of an election, everything was rushed, and had very little time to go through most of it. in a methodical way as we'd like. And I hope to take the time next year to actually go through this more. But as my colleagues has alluded to, the one thing that, the theme that I see in here time and time again is that we don't have sustainable long-term funding tools to help us.
Councilor, excuse me, you need to place your motions first?
Oh, do I?
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah. Process-wise.
Fair enough. I have 5 briefing notes, and I'm going to request 5 briefing notes I request, and I'll just move them all together. 3 are from me, and 2 are on behalf of Councillor Morley. Sorry. Do I need to read them? Sorry.
Because of the quantity, you don't, I mean, we will scroll them, we'll have a look at them, it's just, but because there's so many, it'll be.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
At the will of the committee, of course.
Okay, so yeah, the first one for me is a briefing note on parking levy. The second is on the 519. And the third really is just a number of items in regards to different revenue tools. And for Councillor Morley, it's about, the first was the library, the chief librarian. And the second is about chief technology officer. Okay?
We're going to have to pause momentarily. We've lost audio for the, or video, I'm not too sure, one of the two for the public. The live stream we've lost. I believe we are back. So what we'll do, because we sort of interrupted Councillor Moyse in mid-speech, so why don't we'll give you the opportunity to start fresh if you want to do your motions and then speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to move all 5 briefing notes that I have here together, and I'll just go briefly one by one. speaking to them. The first one, first three actually is from me, and the last two are from Councillor Morley. So my first briefing note is a request around parking levies, just to get some information about that. The second one is around the Executive Director of the 519, briefing note around there for the unfunded budget request. The third is around different revenue tools. For example, the alcohol beverage tax, entertainment and amusement tax, tobacco tax, and so forth. And the remaining two, as I mentioned, is from Councillor Morley, and she's asking for information, a briefing note around the Chief Librarian, Toronto Public Library, staffing, recruitment, and retention. And the second one here is to the Chief Technology Officer, asking whether technology services is adequate staffing, and so forth. So those really are my briefing notes, but I just wanted to also just say thank you to my team for working very long hours over the last week, helped me get through this very dense material. And thank you to staff, city staff, for their work as well. You know, there's a lot here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo next to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have many requests for briefing notes. They are from my colleagues mostly, so I've been collecting them and sharing them. And they're scrolling now. I just want to start by thanking staff. I know that there have been many, many years of cuts at the City of Toronto, and this is a very lean machine. So all of the work that's been done is really remarkable, and I think all members of the Budget Committee are grateful, and I'm certainly grateful. I'll say about this budget that, to me, it's a plan to do more of what isn't working for us in lots of ways. Leading with enforcement as the first announcement and as a primary approach has been proven over many, many decades to not make people safer. But we know that it comes at a very high cost, not just to city finances, but also for some communities that are over-policed. I think that funding more or increasing funding more to those approaches, enforcement approaches, while we're making, effective cuts to other areas where work really does make a difference, is not the way that I would go, and I'm hoping that the people of Toronto will also see that. And I joined with every newly elected city councillor this week to say that we need to make different choices that prioritize helping people. Decades of studies and the voices of so many people who've come here to speak to city council, who've been speaking in the community and organizing, are calling for different things, which is a floor of protection that starts with housing, opportunities for people, but also for the equitable and fair treatment of every population in the City of Toronto in relation to institutions of government. And the good news here is that there's excellent work being done by the City of Toronto in partnership with community. From eviction prevention, which is absolutely a top priority, I think, considering what we're facing in the city, all the way to the community crisis responses that make a massive difference for safety. That's where I would say do more, lean in, resource more. What I'm experiencing and what residents in my ward are telling me they're experiencing is a massive growth of homelessness. And whether or not they are personally homeless, it is a concern to them that anyone should be living on the street. And it has a huge impact on every city service. And so getting people indoors, I think, has to be an effort of every city department, and that priority needs to be resourced accordingly. And of course, we need the provincial government. Of course, we need the provincial government. Largely, we're in this situation financially because of the downloading, because of the policy choices and the funding choices that have been made by provincial and federal governments as well. We can't build new housing without them. We can't do the long-term solves without them, and we can't meet the level of service that the people of Toronto deserve without them. But I think, like Councillor Meyer said about our financial situation, is that we have to name the problem. If we don't call it what it is, it's really difficult for us to engage and mobilize the people of Toronto, who are ultimately the ones who need to make the demand for fairness in relation to both the provincial and the federal government, and force them to take responsibility. So I look forward to the next phase of this work. I think it's a real privilege to sit here, even if it's for 11 hours in one day, and learn about all the work that's being done in the city, and to have the opportunity to ask questions of staff. It's remarkable, honestly, for anybody that's been in the legislature or in Parliament, that we have as councillors, the privilege of asking the people who are designing and delivering services directly to tell us how it's being done, what evidence is being used, and then eventually I think that we have a responsibility to influence and shape, essentially, the policy that's going to govern those decisions in the future. And so I really want to thank the Budget Chair and the members of the Budget Committee for this trial by fire.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, or did you have, anybody else want to speak? Okay, Councillor Nunziata.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the staff, and I know it's been very difficult for this budget because we just went through an election. And yes, there'll be a lot of hours that we will have meetings going forward for the next 4 years. At one time, we had council meetings for 3 days that went on late. So join the club, join the club. Yeah, late at night. I remember when we had council meetings to midnight, to 1 in the morning. So yeah, that's what it is. That's what the job is. But like I said, I want to thank staff, thank the Budget Committee. And, you know, I want to talk about policing. My residents, they want more policing. They don't feel they're over-policed. I have a lot of shootings in my ward. I just had a drive-by shooting outside my balcony last week. And this is ongoing. And, you know, it's the police presence that the community wants to see. And I know I can speak on behalf of all my residents and, you know, the majority of residents in the city. But as far as, you know, the budget, you know, a couple comments were made. You know, it's very difficult. You're correct. When we go through the budget process, we have to ask and we have to work with the federal government and the provincial government on getting additional funding. And it's not until later in the year in the budget process that we're able to be able to get a commitment from the other two levels of government. I think what's important moving forward and what I would like to see is I'd like to see us have more of a dialogue with the other two levels of government, which I mean is the politicians involved, where we have councillors, we have MPs and MPPs sit at a table, meet, and we can talk about the challenges and talk about the priority issues that we do have in the city and work our way right up to the budget process. And I think we need that dialogue because right now the city staff are doing that, but I think that it would, you know, I think would be important if we could maybe somehow form some sort of, you know, dialogue. I think that it will go a long way in making our budget process a lot smoother. So thank you again to staff, and thank you to the chair for the budget, and we'll see you at the deputations next week.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson to...
Thank you very much. Yes, I wish to speak, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you certainly for your leadership and sharing, and this is your 9th budget, and I want to also thank the mayor. This is his first budget under the new authority that he has, but I also want to thank the staff, the city manager, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Conforti, and all of the people who have worked together to bring to us the information that we've had to digest and sift through and so on. I do have 3 motions as it relates to briefing notes requests that I'd like to have. There are specifically one from Children's Services about a child care facility in my ward that there seems to be some confusion on. I'd like to get some clarity on that. A briefing note will be helpful for that particular purposes. I'm also asking for some information from the parking authority, and I have not spoken with them yet in as much as I've wanted to, just had not had the time. But I'm asking for some information to help us to look at whether or not the bike share program could also be expanded to the outer areas of the city.
Councilor, you have a motion, sorry.
I'm going.
Oh, you're doing, okay, so I apologize.
Pardon? Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, no problem. It's been a long period, Mr. Chair. Yeah, is that okay? Okay, great. And then the final request is to ask the TTC for a briefing note on whether or not we would be able to offer free transit to seniors and to bring the appropriate analysis and so on forward, and to whether or not it would be universal, so that's all time or specific periods of time during the course of the day. Mr. Chair and members of Budget Committee, I've had the opportunity of spending some time with you all and non-members of committee, and I appreciate the opportunity, the questions and so on. We've listened or have looked at about, I think it's 58 budgets over the last day and a bit, and that's a lot, and we've digested a lot of information. We've heard that this is not a perfect budget. I have not seen a perfect budget ever. This is very difficult for us as a city. We produce 40% of the provincial GDP and 20 to 25% of Canada's GDP, this great city. So we are that goose that lay the golden egg for the province and for this country, except the fertilizer that we have and need to really make the goose grow and develop and so on is constrained by restrictions and in our inability to select the type of fertilizer that we want, and using that as euphemism for taxing tools and so on and so forth, or revenue tools, but at the end of the day, they're tools. We rely on the other governments for resources. We know that there isn't a built-in element as far as it relates to the formulation to provide us with the funding. We have to ask, we have to go through a fair amount of process and cajoling and so on. And yes, there's funds that come through. We rely for transit, for housing and so on. The mayor has been the leader in terms of working those relationships and ensuring that we get the benefits. All the budgets that we build here are built predicated on us getting resources from the other levels of government. I've not seen a time when they've been just there, provided to us. They're not always just in time. We've got to go through that particular process. We have to build a budget that is reasonable and such in terms of taxing our residents. Our residents are struggling. It's been a very tough 2 years, and for some, tougher period, longer period of toughness, if you will. I have many residents in my ward who work actually 3 jobs just to make ends meet, and those 3 jobs are not sufficient in terms of helping them to get ahead. So it's a struggle overall. So we understand that. We've heard about the challenges with respect to housing, homelessness, and all of those particular issues. We're not deaf and blind to those particular issues, but we are challenged with respect to the resource availability. We don't have, Qatar spent $200 billion to host a World FIFA or FIFA World Cup, yes, thank you, event, $200 billion. I think there are, 8 billion people in the world? $200 billion. Imagine how much we can use that type of fund to help. Now, I'm not criticizing because I love the FIFA matches and so on. I love soccer, but I think our priorities are obviously not always in sync, and it's the reality. But it's a tough process. We've done the best we can, and we still have more work to do, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to the subcommittee meetings where the public will come and provide input to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, so now we need to get into voting. We'll start, we'll just go in who spoke. No, I don't think there's any more speakers. Committee members, just making sure. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Very quickly, since I want to add my voice too and thank staff on my behalf for all the hard work they've done. Thank you very much. But the process isn't over yet, as you indicated, Mr. Chair. We still have public meetings next week, and then we have another final round later this month. This is the, in previous years, I've attended these meetings as a visiting councillor. This is the first time that I'm actually on the committee, and you get a greater appreciation for the work that actually really goes into it. So I also want to highlight that, as Councillor Nunziata did, my concerns regarding safety, in particular throughout the city. Crime in the city has gotten far more brazen. Crime has increased over the years, has escalated considerably over the years. And additionally, our seniors, they've obviously suffered, we all have over the last few years, but we need to pay attention to assisting and helping our seniors stay in their homes. So that's an area that I'll be looking at very closely over this budget period. And I look forward to the public meetings next week, and I look forward to the final wrap-up later this month, and I thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, now we are ready to start the voting. We'll go in order of speakers. I was first. I forgot to mention that one of the motions that I'm moving, BU, about briefing note on the parking levy was on behalf of Councillor Burnside, so I just want to recognize that he moved that, or I'm moving that on his behalf. So with regard to my motions, I'm comfortable doing them as a package. If anybody wants to break them up to do individually, I'm fine with that. It's just to speed up time. Is that the will of the committee to vote on mine as a package, or do you want to have a look at them one by one? Package? Okay. Sounds good. All in favor of the motions that I've moved? All opposed? That's carried. I believe the second was Councillor Moyse. Yeah, so we'll look at Councillor Moyse's motions. As a package? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next is Councillor Bravo's motions. There are a number of these that I won't be able to support personally. So I'm wondering if we could just run through them individually. Yeah. Mr. Clerk. Yeah, we'll take a vote on one at a time. Okay. I think there's 19 or 18. Okay, so clerks will highlight each one so we know as we're going through. So this is motion 1. Okay. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Number 2. Look at it highlighted. Okay, so that's number 2, shelter support. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Okay, number 3, I believe it's the Housing Secretariat. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Next is number 4, MLS, Municipal Licensing and Standards. All in favor? That carries. Number 5, Toronto Paramedics. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Number 6. That's again another Toronto Paramedics. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Next is number 7, Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next is Housing Secretariat, number 8. All in favor? Opposed? That loses. Next is Corporate Real Estate, number 9. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. On which one? We've already gone through 9 of them. On the remaining ones, so we have done corporate real estate, that carried. Number 10. So I'll read off the, okay. Number 10, we have in front of, all in favor? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crescente, Councillor Bravo. That carries unanimously. Okay, number 11, it's Toronto Police Service. All in favor? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crescente, and Councillor Bravo. That passes. Number 12, again, the Toronto Police Services. All in favor? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crescente, and Councillor Bravo. That passes unanimously. 13, senior service and long-term care. All in favor? Councillor Thompson, Moyes, Crawford, Nunziata, Crescente, and Councillor Bravo. That passes. Number 14. All in favor? Councillors Thompson, Moyes, Crawford, Nunziata, Crescente, Bravo. That carries. 15. It's coming up. All in favor? Councillor Thompson, Moyes, Crawford, Nunziata, Crescente, Bravo. That passes. And the 311, number 16. All in favor? Councillor Thompson, Moyes, Crawford, Nunziata, Crescente, Bravo. That passes. Next is 17, which is Waterfront Toronto. All in favor? Councillor Thompson, Moyes, Crawford, Nunziata, Crescente, and Bravo. That passes. 2 more. Toronto Transit Commission, number 18. All in favor? Councillor Moyes, Councillor Bravo. Opposed? Councillor Thompson, Crawford, Nunziata, and Crescente. Last motion, number 19. Fleet Services, all in favor? Councillor Thompson, Moyes, Crawford, Nunziata, Crescente, and Bravo. That passes. Mr. Clerk, I believe we are done. We have one more. Okay, I'd now like... Oh, sorry. Oh, Councillor Thompson, you're right. I have you spoke last. You have your motions we have to move. Yes. Yeah, your motions. Okay. On one each or all together? Okay, all together? No, okay. Put all together. All in favor of Councillor Thompson's motions? All in favor, opposed? That's carried. Now, I believe we have one more motion to defer. Well, if we could defer the item till January 24th, which is our final wrap-up. I'll move that. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Again, thank you very much, everyone. Thanks to staff. We'll see the public next Tuesday and Wednesday all across the city. Thank you.